Hello again, I am Jim Bob and welcome back to F1 Manager 24, Creator Team Career with Cadillac here on the PC. Tonight, round 4 of Season 6, and we are heading to Miami. So we're just a day away from the Miami Grand Prix. We've got very little money left in the bank, just 600k, but we've got some good development going on at the moment, which is nice. And we are sitting pretty comfortably top of the constructors at the moment with a 60-point lead over Ford. Drivers' Championship is looking a little bit more positive for us. It was very, very close going into last night's Grand Prix, just I think 5 points separating the top three. But what we've got is consistency. What we're up against at the moment is a lot of strong challengers who seem to be picking up points very strongly in some races and then kind of disappearing and becoming a little anonymous in other races. Oscar did not have a good weekend in Las Vegas. George had a fantastic weekend, picked up some really strong points. Charles, again, very, very anonymous. Antonelli got himself some okay kind of points, but we're starting to see something from that Ferrari, but it still needs a lot more work, I think, to become a regular challenger. And Lindblad also having a bit of a quiet race yesterday. But who knows? Maybe these guys will get their act together and they'll start challenging us on a bit more of a consistent basis. We did have to work very hard for the victory last night. Max was having to try his absolute best to stick with George once George got into the lead. Very, very difficult. We did just about manage to hold him off when we got past him with a lap or two to go. And Lando had to come from the back of the grid, having to start from the pit lane to finish in third place, helped with a very early safety car, which again, kind of, as we saw in Japan, threw the strategy book out the window for the AI and really kind of shook things up a bit. It left us again, like Monza, not Suzuka, like Monza, trying to eke out the one stop by staying out when everyone else boxed incredibly early to put on hard tyres and switch to a two-stop. And we just about pulled it off, but it was very, very close. And just as uncomfortable as Monza was, whereas Monza we kind of had to just give up on the win in that Grand Prix, we were just able to claw the victory back last night. I don't know how we're going to go tonight. Hopefully it'll be a nice smooth Grand Prix for us, but we shall see. Evening Army, evening Dino, hello to everyone else who is lurking in the chat. As always, please feel free to say hello. Let's take a quick look then at our forecast for Miami. What kind of weather are we expecting? Potentially a bit of rain on the Saturday. So on the Sunday, it's going to be dry through practice and then through quali. And then we've got this light rain forecast on the Sunday. Not a guarantee we will have rain. We might have a lot of the race being, damp enough for inters. We might have hardly any or any at all. But a wet race can always shake things up a bit. And it does neutralize one of our best weapons if it does go to inter conditions, and that's our DRS. So that will make things a little trickier. If we take a look at how our car looks, you can see our DRS is a very, very good weapon. What is probably a bit more important, though, especially around here, is the low-speed performance is top of the field, and our dirty air performance is top of the field. This is a circuit that has a lot of low-speed stuff. So if we take a look at the circuit map, you can see getting a good run out of this hairpin to start the lap is absolutely critical. That's low speed, so that's a strength for us. And then we've got some high-speed loops, and then it's all flat out. And then here, this whole section is almost entirely low speed, and getting a good run through there and being able to stay close to the car in front, again, absolutely critical for this long DRS straight down here. So even if we can't utilize DRS, if it is wet, at least we should have good performance in these key areas, which will set us up nicely for this DRS zone and this DRS zone, two of the best overtaking opportunities. It will also maybe with the entry being low speed here, maybe give us a chance to try and get some overtakes done into the Mickey Mouse section as well. So we'll keep our fingers crossed on that. And again, it's all dependent on what the weather decides it wants to do. Evening, Clark. So, as far as development goes, we have got, and actually is actually active for the first time in this series, we have got the Design Center boost. We turned it down early last season, yet again, and then they did offer it back to us, and then the game glitched and took it away from us, despite having paid for it. So we got our money back, thanks to the editor. But we lost the boost, which was really frustrating because we could have done with that last year. That might have made the Constructors' Championship a viable fight, but never mind. We've got it now. So we've got a brand new project going with the chassis. Our front wing project's almost complete. Our rear wing has just got started, as has our side pod. And our suspension will be done the day after we get back from Miami. So we've got 2 more parts coming, and then a third part here, which will complete the Spec 2 build of our car, and we've already started building a couple of Spec 3 parts to try and find that extra bit of straight line speed, because we are hurting a little bit in terms of speed, but we are certainly hurting in terms of acceleration. If we take a look at car analysis, you can see our acceleration is all the way down in 18th. The grid average, pretty close. But, you know, the teams with the best acceleration will be definitely higher than us. Again, it's not too bad in the speed. We're not too far behind the average, but those new parts will certainly get us the right side of the average, I think. We still have really good tyre wear as well, which is always nice. So, yeah, the car's still in a pretty strong position, I think it's fair to say. Right, let's dive into the inbox. There's our race preview. We need to advance time a day to our sponsor package. So we've got a nice bit of cash coming in 6 weeks' time. We're going to get over 10.5 million because we've got this double mandatory activity to fulfill, plus our regular engagements as well. So let's get Ocon doing his thing, and that already gives us a really nice boost. Let's see what else we can choose. Do we have something for our scouts? No, we don't. We do have the weather center. But let's get Joe in there. The preference for these guys is to do driver activities for our main title sponsor. So getting both of our commercial-focused reserve drivers in there is enough to get us where we need to be. So that's excellent news. There we go. Looking forward to getting that cash through in 6 weeks' time. Advancing time one more day. Our strategy prep brief here. It's going to be hot, so tyres could easily overheat, especially in dirty air. So that is definitely something we will have to keep an eye on. If it is going to be a predominantly wet race, but low water levels on the track, we are almost certainly going to have to change inters because they will start to burn up very, very quickly. So we'll keep that in mind as well. Let's set our targets. Ooh, look at that. We're no longer targeting first with Max. It's now second. That gives us a degree of flexibility. And fifth for Norris. So that's gone from being second in the first two races to third last night and now fifth tonight. That is definitely indicative of the rest of the grid starting to catch up to us, I think. Right, off we go then to Miami.
Once again, we touch down in Miami as F1 returns to the Magic City. Miami Gardens is transformed into the Miami International Autodrome, built here especially for the Grand Prix. It's a thrilling street circuit where one wrong move can end in disaster, but for those who can conquer its literal ups and downs, victory is all the sweeter.
Taking a look at the top of the constructors' standings, we've got a team that's starting to pull away. But there's still everything to race for as we start the 6th round.
So stay with us, ladies and gentlemen. The weekend starts here.
Okay, so Ugo is back in action today in F2, if memory serves. We're not going to put him in the car. I don't think we're going to put anyone in the car other than our two main drivers this year. Going to focus everything on sweeping the championships as easily as we can. Engine is starting to get a little worn for Max, down to 67%, but they'll be fine for this weekend. Unfortunately for Norris, a huge, massive crash in Vegas has left his burst engine already into yellow wear, which is not ideal. His ERS is down to just 44%, also not ideal. Because we were supposed to have an extra engine, gearbox, and ERS this season, and they have not materialized, unfortunately. Not quite sure what's gone wrong there. And we completely destroyed a gearbox as well, so we're already onto gearbox number 2. And whereas before we've had a 20 race calendar with 10 sprints, this year it's only 8 sprints, but it's a 24 race calendar. So more laps need to be done this year than last year. And we don't have enough engines to get us through, I don't think. We are almost certainly going to have to buy more engine parts, especially for Norris. Almost down effectively an engine already, almost down an ERS already, and already down a gearbox. So yeah, it's a rough start engine-wise for Lando. Run plan for Miami. It is normally about 17 laps or so for 2 separate runs. We're just going to do the one run. We're going to go with 22 laps of running because we have 3 practice sessions to sort the car out this time. As for Max, nothing to switch out yet. He's still on his first round of parts. We will put him into protecting the car. As always, we'll give him about 22 laps of fuel as well. There we go. And now we need to do the setups. So, for Miami, we're looking at around a 13.5 wing and probably a 7 to 8 on the front wing. So, let's start with a 7 on the front wing and a 13.5 on the rear. We're going to go with a 3.7 on the roll bar to get us started. And again, we might need to change that. Tyre camber is usually pretty high here, around 3.4 to 3.5, so we'll start at 3.5. And then the toe could be anywhere, really. Let's start low, and we can work our way back up. We'll go there, and see if we need to bring it in a bit more. As for Norris, we'll go, again, slightly different. We're going to go with an 8 on this car, I think. Again, we'll go with the 13.5. Again, we'll go with the 3.7. And then we won't go quite as high this time. We'll go to a 3.4. And again, we'll take that down low to start. And we can always move that if we need to. And let's hit the track. See if we can decipher some of these rookies that are running today. Not sure who that is. We'll check that in a second. That is Walid Sharik. I can't remember who that is. We found that out yesterday and I've forgotten already. And that's it.
Good for me
Just
too.
those rookies. So let's take a quick look here. Dorothy Bartlett. That is a new name, I think. I don't think we've seen that before. Victor Farkas. That's who it is.
Okay.
In the HiTech, and that is it. A very, very small run of rookies today, just the 3. This is technically another home Grand Prix for us. Not actually sure where Cadillac is based in the States. Let's Google that quickly and see if we can figure that one out. I'm not even sure if they've finished building the US base. Oh, it's in Fishers, Indiana, near Indianapolis. That kind of makes sense, I suppose. And they've got a dedicated power unit in Concord, North Carolina. So their main F1 HQ is in Indiana. Their engine department is in North Carolina. And then they have their base at Silverstone as well. So 3 campuses. Two in the States, 1 over here. Right, let's get our drivers avoiding curbs.
Try to reduce curb use and it's unsettling the car.
Yeah.
And we'll accelerate time.
And try to keep the temperature on the tires.
I wonder if we can expect a more consistent challenge out of Charles Leclerc here today. I really hope for Tsunoda's sake that he starts to perform as well. Very baffling, his complete lack of pace yesterday. He was so slow all weekend. In fact, let's dive in.
Any feedback
We've
on
got
the
some
car?
feedback. Let's say let's dive into the editor and take a
all
look
good.
at performance.
Copy that.
Let's check our feedback first of
How
all.
does the car feel?
84% and 77%. Neither are
Okay.
particularly okay, but we'll let them continue their run. And then we'll make changes when that's done. So let's open up the database editor, shall we? No, not mods, performance. There we go. So, ooh, we're not the top team anymore in terms of overall performance. Now, again, this is what's on what has actually been completed in the design phase. Doesn't necessarily mean it's what's on the car. But so you can see here, we've got 5 projects going through right now as we approach Miami, but none of them are complete yet. So we have been just overhauled in terms of development by Aston Martin. That didn't take long, did it? But we're about to take a big spike over the next couple of Grand Prix. I can't remember if we've got a break before Imola. I think we do. So we'll have at least 1 upgrade, probably 2 upgrades for Imola, and then we should have the other upgrades. Maybe Brazil, more likely Mexico, I think. So, yeah, big jump there for Honda. They're now the 2nd best team. You can see Toyota have jumped all the way up as well. Look at that line from Italy, from Monza, all the way up. Just a slight dip there, but really big improvement for them. Ferrari have improved a little bit more again. Audi have improved even better. McLaren have taken a dip. And despite smashing up all of their underfloors, Minardi are also improving as well. In fact, they've overtaken Mercedes. So what's going on at Mercedes? That seems a bit weird. And then looks like no development either for HiTech. Ford looked to have dipped slightly, and Williams have got a big upgrade here as well. Or have I got that the other way around? Oh yeah, Williams are now, development-wise, ahead of Ford. Let's see what's fitted on the cars then, shall we? We want to go like that. So, Yuki Tsunoda's car is almost 1% worse than ours. And there is Leclerc's car. He's now over 3.5% lower than us in terms of overall development, at least on what's fitted on the car. There you can see Antonelli's car kind of mid-pack at the moment. There's Oscar, who is just 0.08% behind Gasly in terms of what's fitted on the car. Williams and Audi looking very quick, as are Aston. We're down to 7th in overall top speed. Acceleration, we're still 8th. Audi right up there. Now you can see where Ferrari have had a big improvement in their acceleration. They're now rated number 2. But Toyota are better than us in the low speed. Wow, I didn't see that coming. I thought we were number 1 in low speed. This is the important one, though. The dirty air tolerance and the tyre wear as well. Aston/Honda taking some big steps there. They've caught us up in DRS. We are just, and I do mean just, behind McLaren, and then Williams a little bit further ahead. But Aston now are, what, 3rd there. They're top in medium, and they're top in high speed. That's certainly going to help them through Sector 1 here. Where are McLaren? Their DRS is really effective. Their engine power is obviously maxed out. I'm trying to see why they were so quick through Sector 1 in Vegas. I don't really see any key area that gives them that edge. So maybe it was just the fact that George is very good around there. Evening PR, evening Johnny. Good to see you guys. Let's get these runs finished off so we can make some adjustments here. Ooh, red flag. Oh, Mini. Ah, Mini. Yeah, he's gone into the wall, bounced back. We're going to see the replay. Oh, he's gone in sideways as well. That's a big rear hit. We had some audio from Mini. I didn't think there was any. So, red flag then. Session will continue, but there won't be a lot of time left. Probably enough time for us to change our setups and not much else. Actually, no, we can change them now, can't we? And then, yeah, there'll be about 11 minutes of running. So, this is wrong. Which way do I want to go on this? Let's try bringing it into a 4.6, I think. We'll keep that as is. How much do we need to find? We need to find 16%. How many damages has been involved with this car? He's damaged his underfloor. He's broken 2 underfloors. Fornaroli's broken the other one. I think they've lost a wing or 2 as well. Yeah, he's been quick, but he has been a little accident prone, unfortunately. Evening, Victor. This isn't going to be enough of a change on its own, I don't think. So let's bring this up a bit. Or actually, let's maybe push it back a bit. Let's go like that. And let's just see what that kind of change brings to us. Maybe up in the front wing a bit more. And doing that. Get a bigger gap there and there. So we'll see what that change does. And for Norris... Ooh. Okay, too much front wing. Let's maybe push the front wing up a bit more. Push that up. Actually, that's going to be too high now. So let's bring that in a bit, maybe. 77%. So this is probably wrong as well. Let's try pushing that out because we're bringing the front wing or the rear wing in. So let's push that to there. Let's try that. See what kind of results, what kind of partial feedback we get. So 10 minutes or so running on the track. We'll get 2, maybe 3 out of 5. Probably 3 out of 5. I don't know who's going to be quicker, but I'm going to guess that it's going to be Max, because he's running a healthier engine.
The tires?
Doesn't look like anyone else is going to come back out.
And try to work on your front tires.
Nope, no, there's Bortoletto. And immediately has a yellow flag as he runs wide and cuts the
So we're heading
inside
now
of turn
into turn
6.
5. And that's where they slightly run off the track. But all being well and fingers crossed, no lasting damage to the car.
He's put in a good lap, though. He's got himself up to 4th there. Albon's a big way ahead. Sonoda, is that encouraging in terms of pace?
Checkered
Hopefully
flag
for
has
him.
been shown.
Especially considering he's got the better car than his teammate right now. All right, that is the end of FP1. Not horrible in terms of driver prep, but that's without the actual setup ratings contributing properly there as well. So, yeah, we're not doing too bad. Let's see how we do in FP2. All right, first thing we want to do is we want to see what partial feedback we got from Max and Norris. See if we're in the right area, and very much not with the front wing. That needs to come down. It can't come down too much, so the rest will have to change with maybe a little tweak of toe. I can't break that too much. That was actually looking pretty good. So we'll try that. We'll see if that gives us something encouraging. This is looking better. We're a little off here. Might be a little bit too, it's difficult to know exactly where we need to be because the front wing and the rear wing have both changed, so we don't have feedback on either of them. So this could be looking very promising, or it could be ending up a bit of a disaster. We'll find out at the end of this run, I suppose. Let's give them a little bit less fuel. Let's give them 20 laps of fuel this time. And we'll, of course, have to start that feedback collation from scratch again.
Now we have green light.
All the main drivers back in. Yeah, track temperature 40.6, definitely on the warmer side.
Try to reduce the hit on the curb.
Yeah, okay.
And we'll speed him up again. Right, let's see how we do this time.
Confirm.
We do have a little bit of Formula One news out of Japan ahead of this weekend's Grand Prix. The FIA made an immediate fix specifically for Suzuka to try and limit the amount of super clipping that needs to be done. And that is to reduce the battery charging available from what was going to be 9 megajoules at that circuit to 8.5. Sorry, to 8 megajoules. The theory is that by limiting the amount of energy that can be harvested, there will be less need to superclip because they won't have to try and harvest an extra megajoule.
Anything we can help you with?
Whether or not it's going to work very well or not, we don't know.
Understood.
It is a short-term fix. There are more long-term, solutions being looked at, and we do have a break as well now after Suzuka, given that Bahrain and Saudi Arabia have both been cancelled. So maybe we'll see something at the race after that, which I think might actually be Miami. But yeah, we're a way away from more permanent changes, more long-term fixes, but there'll be a minor tweak for Suzuka this weekend. And a little bit of drama as well. Max refusing to do his interviews in the media room until one journalist was ejected from the pen. It was a journalist who last year asked Max, having lost the championship by 2 points, if he regretted his collision with George Russell in Spain, and Max basically refused to answer. I think he got tired of answering that question by that point. I think it came at the end of the season, and I think it was usually that journalist who'd been asking that kind of question on and off throughout the season last year. So when he saw him in the media pen today, he just refused to answer any questions, refused to talk until that journalist was removed from the media pen. So not sure which journalist it was or which organisation he was representing, but yeah, he got kicked out basically. So a little bit of drama. Right, 94% for both. So big improvements for both, and both exactly the same amount away. That's, I think, just a little bit of a coinky-dink. They are very different style setups. Ah, he was from The Guardian, was he?
Practice your pit lane entry.
Yeah.
Alright, Lindblad currently top of the leaderboard, Albon second, Drugovich up there, but I don't know if he did that time on the hards or if he did it on a different compound earlier and now he's on hards. Let's investigate. Yeah, he did that on softs by the look of it. And he's just going out on the hards now. Same for Hadjar, he's just going out now on the hards. Leclerc's just been pootling around on a set of mediums, as have we. Sonoda has done a pretty long stint so far on the hards. Long by AI standards.
Watch your speed in the pit lane. Stop on the marks.
Land the lane. It will be
So,
speed limiter
that needs
on
to be tweaked. Ah, the roll bar, and it
We
needs to
start
come
in
in
front
even
of the
more.
guy.
So that's a 5.5, which means that is going to go up. No, it's going to have to come down to about there. That's going to go to 0. So that now, theoretically, should be spot on. Let's see what we need to do to Norris. A little bit too much front wing, probably. Let's take it down to an 8. Let's push that up to rebalance that. That gives us a little bit of movement there, a little bit of movement there. That is looking all right for now. Might not be 100% on this one, but it should be closer. And we'll find that out in FP3. Really want to try and limit our running as much as possible this season, given that we don't have those extra engines and are almost certainly going to have to end up buying a new one at some point. A full powertrain swap out for both cars will run us $15 million. No, $17 million. That's 2 engines, 2 ERS and 2 gearbox. Engines 5 mil apiece, ERS units 2 mil apiece, and $1 million apiece. Sorry, 2.5 mil for the ERS units, and $1 million each per gearbox. Porsche also running the inside of turn 6.
And nearly, just running wide. Really, they must be
Little
careful.
bump on the curves as he rejoins. Good way to do some damage to the underfloor, but it looks like he has not. A lot of money. Yes, 17 million is an awful lot. We don't have to do it all in one go, though. That's the good thing. And we might not have to do a full rebuild on both cars. I think we'll probably have to do a full rebuild at some point for Norris, so that's 8.5 mil for him. Don't know. Engine-wise for Max, maybe. Probably have to do an engine for him. Maybe an ERS. Gearbox, based on how the last couple of seasons have gone, as long as we don't destroy one, he should be good on gearboxes for the rest of the season. So we can save at least 1 million. So just 16 million then, just as a drop in the bucket. And there we go. That is the end of free practice 2 and the end of Friday's running. So, on to Saturday. What tyres do I want to run? Do I want to run mediums again? That will leave me 1 set of mediums, 1 set of hards, and however many softs we have left after qualifying. Yeah, I think we'll do that. We'll just run 15 laps. Actually, you know what? No, I'm going to go softs. I want to have good flexibility options because we don't know how much rain, if any, we're going to get on Sunday. We might need good flexible options for dry weather tyres.
Green light.
I think that 8 megajoule harvesting as well, I think that we're talking about for Suzuka, I think that's only for qualifying. I don't think it will be implemented in the Grand Prix.
Keep warming up the brakes.
Confirm.
Game has just dropped on Steam in early access that I've been umming and ahhing about getting. I've always been completely uninterested in buying a game that's in early access because you run that risk of the game just being abandoned, it being I don't want to use the word scam, but certainly just a waste of time and money where it's very badly coded, very badly developed. It's a bare bones thing just to get people's money, and then development gets cancelled or stopped. And that's always been I don't really want to go down that road, but I've been playing the demo of Nova Roma a lot over the last week or so, last couple of weeks. And I do kind of like it. And I am umming and ahhing about maybe picking up the early access build that just went live today. I don't know. I have also picked up Banished, a very old game. 2015 Banished came out. And I'm just starting my first foray into that. Planning on potentially doing a series on Banished once I get my head around it a bit more. It's a game that is very difficult to learn, but apparently very fulfilling once you do figure everything out, and there's nothing but rave reviews. Even as an oldie, it is highly regarded. So yeah, Banished may be coming to the channel soon.
It's unsettling the car.
Okay.
Just need to figure it out a bit more. But I do have a hankering to start playing sort of like a colony sim again. Right, feedback is almost in. Let's have a look. There we go. We are spot on with Max. I had a feeling we would be. Lando is the one I've got questions about.
Copy that.
Have we managed to do it for Norris? And while we're waiting for Norris, let's call Max in. Come on, Lando. Pull your finger out. There we go. 95. So we actually
Yeah, understood.
improved by 1% with those changes. All right, let's call him in.
And box this like box, bit confirmed.
Fauna Rolly
Yeah, okay.
looking a bit quick in this session so far. Top Mini's up there as well. I've been really impressed with
I'm in. So limiter
how
should be
good
on now.
that Minardi has shown to be so far this year. At least at times. There have been other times when it hasn't looked quite so good. But I mean, a small team, not the greatest facilities, easily the worst driver pairing on the grid, and yet they've scored more points than some of the more established teams and drivers so far. So they've done a good job so far. Here we go, confirmation of Max, and let's take a look at Norris. So we fixed the rear wing. We're still maybe too much on the front wing. Let's take it back a little bit more. Bring that back up a bit more again. And maybe that is going to be enough. Do we want to run him again? No, we'll run blind. I think. We'll run blind in qualifying. So that's it then for practice. Again, we're already at 100% prep level with Norris, so I don't... Well, we should be, are we? Yes, we are. We're at 100% prep level with Norris, so I don't really want to put unnecessary mileage on his car just to chase a couple of percent that would be nice to have, but isn't really necessary, especially considering that he's already in problems with engines. We're into the resource management aspect of the game now. So, who is expecting another exciting first third of the Grand Prix between Ferrari and Mercedes, and then potentially a bit of a cakewalk for Mercedes after that? I think, given the nature of the circuit, Ferrari might actually, this might be their best opportunity yet to maybe sneak a win. It depends how well they qualify, and if they can get off the line into turn 1 first. If they can't get ahead, or at least if not into turn 1, then on the opening lap, they might struggle, because it is quite a tricky place to overtake normally. We're kind of having to reassess tracks that are difficult to overtake on a bit with these new rules.
And it was Mick Schumacher involved. And that's,
once again, cutting the inside of turn 6. That's the third separate driver to do that.
Car, just a little, perhaps.
Proving to be a popular little shortcut. Yeah, we're having to reassess what is and isn't a difficult circuit to overtake. We're going to see overtakes in places that we don't normally see them at a lot of circuits this year. And Suzuka is definitely one of those places where we could see some interesting overtakes. I still think the S's is going to be a real problem. To try and make any kind of move. I think that's going to be single file. Whether somebody is brave enough to try and throw it up the inside through Dunlop towards the Degners using battery that's a risk, because there's a slight negative camber to that corner as well. So you run the risk of just losing traction and going into the car on the outside of you, or if you're trying to go around the outside, going off into the gravel trap. So maybe not Dunlop either. The Degners certainly are not really much of an overtake opportunity, unless somebody's managed to get really close through Dunlop and then just throws it up the inside into Degner 1. But I think, the main opportunities, again, maybe the hairpin halfway around the lap. Certainly turn 1. The triangle chicane at the end of the lap coming out of 130R. I think the run through 220R up to Spoon is going to be another place where we could see some good overtake opportunities there as well. Right, there we go. Oscar topping the session ahead of George and Kimi at the end of practice 3. So, we are set and prepped, ready for qualifying now. We just need to put the right bits in the car engine-wise for Lando. And then let's see how we do in Miami qualifying.
Let's hope the teams took full advantage of practice. It's time for qualifying.
The Miami International Autodrome has some lovely long straights, but a driver still needs to have total trust in their car setup to get a fast qualifying lap. Turns 14 and 15 in particular are the ones that catch the drivers out in qualifying.
Now there's been a bit of talk lately about Oscar Piastri. Karun, how's he been doing?
We saw them set an impressive lap time in practice, so it's a great start as they move into qualifying. But as we all know, a good performance in practice doesn't guarantee success over the rest of the weekend.
Well, it's almost here. Qualifying coming up soon.
In fact, it's coming up now. So, we need to... You know what? I think we're going to keep that engine in. Just one more round. We will be down a little bit on power, but it's his own fault for driving into the wall in Vegas. We'll send him out first.
Green light.
And now we'll send Max out as well.
And if you want, you can go to mode warm up.
Yeah, confirm.
Watched a little compilation video a couple of weeks ago. I think I forgot to mention it. It was like a 5-minute compilation video of radio messages between Ricciardo, Adami and Hamilton last season that basically said Adami rage-baited Hamilton. And yeah, you listen to the complete contradictions from Adami in the same in the same message between him and Hamilton. You can see why Hamilton got so frustrated with Adami last year. I'm amazed that he actually stayed the engineer for the whole season, based on the audio I heard, because yeah, it was ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous.
Track is clear. Track is clear. There will be charge button off for last corner.
Tire temps are good. Okay, gap is good. Good to go, good to go.
All right, into the opening corners then for Norris. We've got one of the HiTechs in front. I'm not sure which one. It's Bearman. We've got Ollie Bearman in front. He's just going through turn 6 now. So this might not be a great place to catch him.
We've seen it.
Don't know if that would have been too detrimental. 33.2, let's see what Max does. Well, certainly we've got a little bit of dirty air, but we're pretty good there, so hopefully it's not too bad. Yeah, we actually basically got away with that. Close between the two. Norris is fractionally slower at the moment. It's 35.0 across the line. If Max doesn't nail the final sector, Norris will stay top.
Stay negative.
But this is Max we're talking about. And despite being slightly slower, he does take it. But look how close it is between the two here. 24 thousandths on that first run. Lindblad and Russell on the back straight. Russell just appearing into the hairpin now. And Russell is 3.5 tenths behind. Lindblad goes fractionally quicker. Next up, Hadjar and Porsche. And Hadjar goes up into third place. Best of the rest so far. Less than 3 tenths behind. Porsche slots in between Lindblad and Russell. See what Bearman can do. And Antonelli now into turn 1 to start his lap. Check in with him in the second. He's going to have a little bit of traffic ahead of him. He might get held up through the end of sector 1. Bearman goes P7, half a second away. Right, is Kimi going to get blocked?
And stop on the marks.
Looks like he's got away with it, just like Norris did.
And limiter off. Okay, stop on the marks.
He isn't as quick in the first sector as he needs to be, 33.6. Oh, and Hadjar is not well positioned here. This could be problematic for Antonelli. Actually, going to be pretty good. You're intrigued how Honda will perform. Yeah, so am I. Especially now that on paper, not fitted yet, but they do have the best car on paper. You know, in terms of current development. We will take that position back once our parts are finished, but they won't. That doesn't really mean much until they're actually fitted on the car. We do still just have the best car overall. Antonelli is 7.5 tenths away. Need to see a little bit more from Ferrari. Doing currently about a tenth down on Antonelli's time. Neither Honda's broken cover yet. And while we're still top, we're not even going to think about going back out. We will probably have to at some point, but for now, we are fine. The two Minardis are out. There's one of them, and there's the other one. Just leaving the pit lane right behind Jack Doohan's car on an in-lap. Bortoletto just about to finish his middle sector. He is up by about 3 tenths over teammate Doohan. Into the last couple of corners as one of the Hondas breaks cover. That's Yuki Tsunoda getting ready to leave the pit lane, and now Leclerc as well. And Bortoletto goes up to P7, half a second away, and 3 tenths quicker than his teammate. Right, that is Tsunoda that we just saw there, and there just behind in the background is Charles Leclerc. No, tell a lie, that was a HiTech. Charles Leclerc is behind the HiTech. There he is. Bearman on an outlap in front as well. Bit of a slow outlap, actually, for Bearman. Through goes one of the two Williams drivers. They're both on a push lap. That was Alex Albon. Colapinto's just coming up towards this point as well. And this has now condensed Tsunoda, Bearman and Leclerc into a single train of cars. Here comes Sainz at speed. Oh, he's going to get blocked really badly through here, as Bearman's trying to get in front of Tsunoda. This is going to end in tears. Carlos. Potentially. Everyone kind of scrambles out of the way. I think Sainz would have still lost a little bit of time there. Second Williams and Colapinto has gone through as well. And I think he had to lift. So I expect Colapinto's final sector to be pretty bad. Right, let's ride on board this train. Sainz, 35.3, it's not bad. In the mid there, yeah, look at that. 4 seconds lost for Colapinto there. Piastri, there he is, has just gone purple in the first sector. Gasly now onto the long back straight. Leclerc has to lift to get past one of the two Williams drive. No. Yeah, one of the Williams. That'll be Colapinto. It's a good looking time from Oscar. Leclerc lost a second in the opening sector, but he's got a slipstream, so he might be able to recover most of the time he lost, if not all of it. Piastri is... Oh, Gasly was the first to cross the line. Gasly's got to P5. Piastri goes top, but not by much. I think we can stay in the garage at this point. Right, Alex Albon is ahead, making his way back to the pits. Djokovic has gone to P12. Tsunoda goes to P12. Bearman doesn't improve his position, stays P11. Leclerc was not able to claw back that time he lost in the opening sector, so he is currently P20. Oof. But the car just didn't look quick. It didn't sound quick either on the back straight. Alright, what can Schumacher do? Sounds like he had a little lift when we joined him, but and again, doesn't look amazingly quick. There's no key area where he lost a huge amount of time. I think we're safe. We're going to stay in the garage. This could be a terrible mistake, but I don't think it will be. Porsche is looking to improve. He's got a slow moving Ford in front of him as they approach the hairpin. He's got past. That was Oscar. There is Oscar there. Can Porsche improve his time? No, he can't. He lost too much in the first sector. Well, maybe he improved by 1,000. Did he just improve by 1,000? Lap history. Porsche. No, he was slower. He was slower. For a second, I thought that had originally been 0.375, and I thought he just found 1,000. But he didn't find anything in the end. All right, we've got a few cars currently on outlaps. Fornaroli, Colapinto, Doohan, Hadjar, Gasly, Bortoletto. We're going to see some more movement from the pit lane soon. We've got a big chunk of cars coming back into the pits. If we click to Bearman, see see 1, 2, 3, 4 cars all piling back into the pits. Now we're going back out soon. There goes Carlos Sainz. As Doohan crosses the line to start his lap. Is that Piastri on a lap? No, it's not. That's Gasly on an out lap. And he's got Hadjar behind him. Alright, it is a small improvement for Doohan in the first sector. He's on the limit of elimination here. Currently P16, just above the line. He's improved in the middle sector as well. Teammate Bortoletto is currently 0.3 quicker. So there should theoretically be more performance for him to find here in the car. Piastri has left the garage. A whole train of cars has just left the garage. And the Astons or the Hondas are running nose to tail. Not a great final sector, so Doohan only finds 0.2. Is that going to be enough? Antonelli is now the driver at risk. Charles Leclerc leads this little train of himself, Yuki Tsunoda, I think Antonelli. Yes, Antonelli. And who's the other car? One of the HiTechs. That will be Arvid Lindblad's. A couple of fast cars coming through. It's one of them. There's 2 more coming through, I think. Or are they on outlaps as well? They might be on outlaps. Yeah, it's Albon and Piastri on outlaps behind them. But Gasly's pushing, and there is Gasly. So Gasly's going to have a lot of cars to fight through here. We have to lift at any point along here. No, and he's actually going to get a little bit of a slipstream off the back of Tsunoda here up to the line. So this could be a really good time for Gasly. And it is. And it puts him P2. It's 100th of a second ahead of Verstappen. And 14 thousandths behind teammate Piastri. Let's ride on board with Yuki Tsunoda as he follows in the wake of teammate Charles Leclerc. Sainz improves, but only to P17, so Sainz is out. Colapinto is out. Fornaroli is out. Mini has a chance. He's just onto the long back straight now. Good first sector for Kimi. He is the car right behind these two. Well, I say right behind. He's the next car on track behind these two. Right, up to the line for Mini. Can he get through? He can temporarily, but he's not going to stay there. Antonelli is going quickly, and I think he's going to knock him out. Charles Leclerc's first sector, not great. And his middle sector, not an improvement at all either. So I don't think we're going to see Leclerc in Q2 here. He only improves to 21st. He's a second away, over a second away. Tsunoda improves in the middle sector only. He is not looking good. Lindblad goes top as Piastri improved his time. Antonelli has jumped up to P6. Mick is looking to try and get through. This will be at Doohan's expense, and it is. Doohan is eliminated. So it's Jack Doohan, Gabriele Mini, Carlos Sainz, Leonardo Fornaroli, Charles Leclerc, and Franco Colapinto, who are eliminated from Q1. And we are looking very comfortable considering we did just one run there. Alright, we didn't quite nail it with Norris. We got to 95, and that now means we can't fix this car. But 95 is still fine. It's still at 100% prep, so it shouldn't impact his performance. Biggest issue will be if his engine has some trouble. I found out the reason why Ferrari are calling their wing the Macarena wing as well, which is also going to be making another appearance here this weekend in Suzuka. It's because when they announced it, they were playing La Macarena in the garage, apparently, on the radio. Or the stereo, or whatever sound system they're using. So that's why it's called the Macarena wing. I prefer to call it the 180 wing. I think that just makes more sense. But, I mean, if they want to call it the Macarena wing for a ridiculous reason, it's their wing. They can do what they want, I suppose. Let's put the scrub tyres on rather than using another brand new set. They've only done one run.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green light. Let's get plenty of brake temperature, if you can, please.
Yeah.
All right, it's Hajar braking cover for McLaren first this time. And Alex Albon's Colapinto is out. Sole remaining BMW Williams. Both of the TGRs made it through. Lawson now leaving the garage. We lost an Audi in Jack Doohan. Both Ferraris did make it through. Schumacher now leaving the pit lane. And some good pace from Lindblad. We might see another strong performance from him this weekend.
And track is clear, track clear. Tires button off for last corner.
All right, into
Tyre temps
the beginning of the lap now for Lando Norris.
We're looking good.
Gasly and
Good to
Bearman are in front. Should be able to get past them at a nice, easy position on that long, sweeping set of straight corner things up to the Mickey Mouse section. We do. We thread the needle between the two of them. 33.4 in the first sector. 33.1 for Max. Much better first sector. But Max is going to catch them in an awkward spot. So we switch our cam focus. Max up by a tenth in the middle sector as well. So he's 4 tenths up now, give or take. Oh, come on. Gasly refusing to get off the racing line. So Norris will go top then. Max is going to have to run again now. I think Norris will probably have to run again as well, but yeah, 8 tenths away.
Mode in blocks this lap.
Lost over a second in that final sector. Yeah, for some reason, Gasly decided the best way to get off the racing line would be to go to the right up against the wall as opposed to the left, way away from the racing line. It's so annoying when that happens. Like, a lap just gets ruined for no real reason whatsoever. And that is a very good lap from Alex Albon. 6 tenths clear of Norris's time. I hope Gasly locks up at the hairpin now. Not that it's better or anything, but... Lawson into P2. Schumacher into P4. Gasly onto my shit list. Bearman's had a bad first sector, look. 35.0. Oof, that's horrible. And Gasly goes just quicker than Max, but he's not had the greatest of laps either. A little bit of karma there.
Speed limiter on, please.
Bearman, 2.5 seconds off. Bad lap for him. Let's see how Bortoleto can do.
I'm in. Make sure your limiter is on.
He is good enough to go P3. And Drugovich, is he quicker than Lawson or is he slower than Lawson? He is slower, and slower than Norris by 0.02 of a second. We have a yellow flag out there, and not sure who that is or where it is.
We've got a yellow flag here.
Oh, spin for Kimi. This is a bad place to spin as well. Oh, somehow he's avoided the barriers. Or did he hit the barrier when he recorrected? Let's have a look. I don't know. He's aborted the lap, though. He's really slow. You can see the undulation on the track there. Right, let's get some proper tyres on the car. Yeah, he avoided damaging the car, but he would have certainly scuffed up those tyres and ruined his lap. Let's see what poor Cher can do as Russell has gone P5. Tsunoda putting in a good time. Goes P4. All he had to do was sandbag his teammate to get there. Only P9 for Teo, so Teo is definitely a contender for elimination in this round. Lindblad's about to start his lap, and Oscar's there in the background. Last two to set a time. Well, 2 of the last 3 if you count Antonelli. His lap doesn't really count. Albon's going straight back out for another run. I am going to go out again soon. I want to try and avoid the last few minutes if we can. Decent first sector for Lindblad. Good, strong sector for Piastri. 0.3 quicker. And again, 0.3 quicker in the middle sector for Oscar as well. So this is looking to be a good time for Oscar here. Less so for Lindblad, who had real promise in Q1. A little off the pace here in Q2.
Get the tyres ready.
Yeah.
But he will have time for another run, so maybe he's just putting a bank of time in. Track position right now is fantastic, Mark. Shut up. Yeah, there we go. He's 9.5 tenths away and in the drop zone. And Piastri goes P2. So that really was a good lap from Albon. All right, so cars on outlaps. We've got our two boys here. We've got Drugovic just here. That is Hadjar starting his lap. That is two cars on in laps. And that is Albon starting his lap as well. So hopefully we can get round before a whole heap of cars pile out of the pits. Nope. Out comes Bearman.
Tires are good. And track is clear, track clear. It will be mode push for last corner.
Right, so assuming Bearman doesn't get in the
good.
way, this should be a good run
And you
for
are good to
Norris. And looks like it'll be a pretty good run for Max as well, unless he gets blocked on the back straight again. Hadjar's close to completing his lap. He's onto the long Max straight now. Oscar immediately gets out of the way. Schumacher's onto the track. Still waiting for Antonelli to come back out. 33.0 for Norris in the first sector. That's a bit more like it. Gets past Bearman. I don't think he got held up. And Hadjar goes second. Right, Max 33.1, just a tenth slower. Purple in the middle for Norris as well. This is looking like a good lap. A very good lap. It'll certainly get him through safely. There's Max's middle. 21.0 as well. So he's down by about a tenth-ish at the moment. Now the question is Bearman going to be blocking us, or is he going to start pushing before we get to him? Bearman starts to push. We're okay. Norris across the line does purple in the final sector as well. A 128.7. That's nearly 4 tenths quicker than Albon's time. That's nice. What about Max?
Yeah, confirm.
Max will go second, 2.5 tenths behind Norris, but
P2 at the moment.
that should be through. Is
time
Antonelli
looks pretty
coming out yet?
competitive at the
Not
moment.
yet. Still in the garage.
Okay,
Kimi.
mode in.
And we've got a yellow flag. Is that George? No.
So there was a crash.
Let's have a look at that. Now here's our drivers all trying to take turn 16. Oh, and there wasn't a lot that could be done to avoid crashing into the barrier.
Did he hit the barrier? We couldn't tell from that angle. He's aborted the lap. So Drugovic, I think, is done. He's not going to have time to go back out again. And maybe, if he gets straight out, maybe. I think he's not going to make it out in time, though. So Drugovich is in danger. Bearman's improving. And he was up by a 10th and then down by a 10th. A good first sector for Mick. There's hope for Mick yet in this session. Is Bearman about to knock out Drugovich? It's going to be very tight between the two. It's all going to come down to this final sector. And he is good enough. He gets up to 7th. Russell in the drop zone, but on a lap. There is George. And he has got Bortoletto behind him.
Speed limiter on and speed limiter on.
Let's keep an eye on
And
Schumacher. Schumacher 3/10 up on Bearman's times so far.
Watch your speed in the pit lane. Stopping on the marks.
And across the line, and that is good enough for P4. A good lap from Mick. Right, Antonelli is about to start his lap. He's got Yuki Tsunoda finishing a lap behind him. Can Yuki make himself safe? No, he can't. He stays P10. Lindblad starts his lap across the line. Here comes George. George is looking quick. He's going to be up around Schumacher and his teammate Hadjar. And he goes second. He actually splits our two boys. Antonelli goes purple. When he absolutely needs a lap, he puts in a blistering first sector. Can he keep it going, though? Pourchaire is out. He has not done enough. Drugovich is out. Tsunoda is out. Lindblad, Gasly, Antonelli all on laps. Antonelli is flying here. Bortoletto is at real risk of being eliminated. So is Ollie Bearman. Gasly's looking pretty rapid as well. Couple of tenths lost to Antonelli in the middle sector, but a mighty fast first sector. He should still get through comfortably. Kimi to go top of the timings page. He does, by a 10th from Lando. Right, here comes Lindblad. Bortoletto now in the drop zone. Lindblad to knock out his teammate. He goes P5. Bearman's into the drop zone. Piastri needs to find a time. Here comes Gasly. Gasly puts Oscar into the drop zone, but he has a chance to respond. And this will knock out Lawson. Up to the line, and purple in the final sector. It's P2 for Oscar. And we've got some quick cars out there this time. We've got Antonelli, Piastri, Gasly, and to a lesser degree George, all right up there at the top of the fight. Lindblad's not looking too bad. But we are going to say goodbye to Liam Lawson, to Oliver Bearman, Gabriel Bortoletto, Yuki Tsunoda, Felipe Drugovich, and Théo Pourchaire at the end of Q2. Okay, into Q3, we are going to start on those tyres and then we'll switch to those for our final run. I don't want to mess around with the old scrubs, even though it is tempting, just because it could be a very tight fight here for pole position. And the first run could be critical. Because there's no guarantee we'll get an improved run second time around. Track temperature slightly cooler than we've seen so far at 39.6, but still quite warm. And it's going to be sort of intermittent clouds all the way through. So track temperature will probably stay pretty consistently around that. Hadjar is the first one out. We are going to wait just a little bit longer before we go out, so try and avoid getting caught with that first round of traffic. That oh so often tends to catch us out in Q3. George going out as well now. So both McLarens hitting the track early. Goes Pierre Gasly, who is definitely a threat for pole position today, based on Q2. Schumacher popping out as well. He's going to pop out just behind us, I think. Albon also popping out. Right behind us. See if anyone decides to pop out behind Max. Yes, Antonelli. Okay, this is tow the other drivers around the track session, it would seem.
Reminder for brake temperature.
Normally I would try and break away a little bit sooner, but with the track being quite toasty this weekend, I don't want to start pushing the tyres too soon and end up potentially overheating them too early on the push lap. So we'll just have to hope that we can ruin their laps or just pull away from them. All right, Oscar leaving the pit lane. Just as Hadjar comes through into turn one. Is he going to get in the way? Oh, no, that's George. Hadjar's already through. He is going to get in the way. That might cost George a little bit. Hadjar's closing in on us, actually. We might have to pull over and let him through, which would not be ideal.
We are good for the moment.
Oh, wow. Bad first sector for
Track
Hadjar.
is clear.
34.0.
Track is
Russell
clear.
much quicker. 8/10 up in that first sector.
For
Looks like
corner.
he didn't get held up after all.
Tyre temps are good.
Ferrari
Don't know
hugs the
traffic
wall.
Issues. Go, go, go.
So that's going to be, I think, actually probably beneficial to Antonelli, not being tucked up right behind Max. He'll be able to attack in clean air rather than having to, lift off because he's in the slipstream. That's a mighty first sector for Gasly. George now getting ready to finish his lap off. How much quicker is he going to be? Quite a bit by the look of it. He's over a second up now. 33.1 for Norris. Russell goes top by just over 9/10 of a second. Max goes purple with a 32.9. Just edging out Gasly's first sector. Norris goes purple in the middle. You see Schumacher and Albon behind. There's Max. just appearing at the back of the shot. He's down a 10th, so he's up a 10th overall over Norris at the moment. Up to the line for Lando. Is this good enough to go top? It is, by 0.2 of a second.
The moment
Schumacher goes
P1.
P4, Albon P5.
Confirm.
Here comes Max.
So watch out for
Max
the next
goes
car.
top by 2.5 tenths.
Currently P1.
What about Antonelli? Not the best final sector. He goes to P4, but he's 0.6 away. Oscar has gone purple in the first sector. Lindblad up to third place, ahead of Gasly. That is George moving out of the way for Oscar. Oscar could be a threat for pole here. He's going to beat Norris, I think. Can he beat Max? It's all down to these last couple of corners. No, he can't beat Norris. He is into P3, just 2 thousandths quicker than Arvid Lindblad. So everyone has completed their first runs. We've got brand new softs to put on, and I do think we are going to have to do that because there is time to find for everybody. Evening, Wayne.
Ladder filling. And speed limiter on. Stop on the marks. Yeah, I'm in.
So limiter should be on now. Stop on the marks.
Okay, new tyres going on. We are set and ready. Very tempting to go now, but if we do, we're almost certainly going to hit some traffic. Schumacher's going now. Wait till a couple more cars go out. Try and guarantee that clean run. There goes Lindblad. Definitely going to be a threat. That is Gasly. Evening, Zach. Am I going to restart a save? How do you mean? All right, 3 minutes to go. There goes George Russell. Send that Norris now. Give a little bit of a gap. And then send that Max. And nobody's following us out. That's good.
And we need you to push this out lap.
So
Yeah,
no risk of giving someone a tow. A little bit of clean air. That is Antonelli and Albon leaving the pit lane.
Reminder.
As
Okay.
Mick gets ready to start his lap. Let's ride with Schumacher. Hadjar and Oscar leaving the pit lane now. So that's everybody out on track now. 2 minutes to go. First sector coming up for Schumacher as he goes past teammate Antonelli, who's still on a warm-up. 33.2 is not bad, but it's not quick enough to challenge for pole. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, we're going to start a brand new save when this is done. We're going to be running a 2013 mod save file, and
track is clear.
we're also going to be doing a new 2026 regulations save with the new car models and the new battery regulations.
Tyre temps look good. Track will be clear. Good to go, good to go, good to go.
So Mick did not improve in the final sector. He's up to the line now, though. Norris has started his lap. There in the distance, that is Max starting his lap. And Schumacher has not improved. He will stay P8. May yet drop below that as well, because we'd expect Albon and Hadjar to find some time. Gasly's looking quick. Lindblad crosses the line, does not improve. He stays P4. Max goes purple in the first sector. Norris has done a personal best as well. Up to the line for Gasly. He improves to P2. Norris is on a good lap, though. He is up by about a 10th over Gasly at the moment. And Max is on about a 10th up on Norris. And nobody... Oh, Piastri, a 32.7. That's the quickest first sector we've seen all weekend. Is he going to steal pole position at the death here? Russell crosses the line. He's going to start P6 or worse. Here comes Norris. Norris only improves to P2. He misses out on pole by 32 thousandths. Max is probably going to push that margin a little bit further. Piastri is looking very quick. Max goes over 2/10 quicker. But Oscar is slightly up over the first two sectors. Antonelli crosses the line. He improves to P3 ahead of Gasly by just 2 thousandths of a second. Here comes Oscar. Is he going to steal pole position? No, he misses out by 42 thousandths of a second. Hadjar improves to 7th above his teammate. And that is everybody done. Albon has qualified 9th ahead of Schumacher, but it's Max on pole with Oscar alongside him in 2nd. Norris will start P3 with Antonelli in 4th. Then Gasly in P5, Lindblad P6, Hadjar 7th, Russell 8th, 9th for Albon, and 10th for Mick Schumacher. There we go, confirmation of that top 10 results. So, I don't think there are any penalties that need to be applied, but we will check to see if there is an amended grid. Up next is the Grand Prix.
almost ready to go here in Florida as we look forward to 57 laps of F1 racing.
The Miami Grand Prix arrived onto the calendar in 2022 with much fanfare, and F1 history is still very much being written here. Drivers have to take chances around the street circuit and hope those chances turn into victory.
Spectacle is the name of the game here in Miami, with the stadium at the heart of this track. With long straights and S-bends, not unlike Suzuka's Sector 1, proper ERS management is sure to give drivers an edge towards victory. The time has almost come for our drivers to fight it out wheel to wheel. Race day has arrived.
Which 11th team would you recommend I start you start from scratch with, like I did? Depends. Are you doing this on console or on PC? Okay, so we're going to have some rain in the middle of the race. Max sinks lap 22, Norris sinks lap 26. Let's take a look at the track map, or track graph. And it's not going to be a lot of rain. And you're on console. If you want a real challenge, you want to start right from the very bottom, then put Cadillac in and make them the worst possible team. And then go from there. Or, you know, alternatively, you could put Cadillac in as a mid-level team and then select Sauber and start with Sauber. Because they're a pretty poor team. You could go with Haas. They're a decent team, but they've got pretty weak facilities. So you've got some options if you want the challenge of a longer-term save. And when your team starts to get good, don't be afraid to switch to a different team if you want to continue the challenge and go to a team that's had a really bad season the season before. Evening, Adrian. Right. I think we are going to start on the mediums, because I don't know when that rain's actually going to kick in. In fact, actually, let's look at the tyre graph. Could we maybe start on softs? We could, if we look after them. But it would be slower on paper. So we'll start with the mediums, and then we'll go onto the inters for where we need to. And then finish on a set of softs. And we'll do that with both drivers, I think. So Norris has got a set of softs that he can go on to. There we go. We are going to take 2 laps of fuel out. Let's go hard off the line. There we go. And we are ready. Let's send them to the grid for the start of the Miami Grand Prix.
Welcome back, everyone. The final preparations are now being made as we head into the race.
We're not used to seeing them starting in 9th, but I wouldn't be writing them off just yet.
And the time has come. Let's go racing. And this is it, the Miami Grand Prix.
That looks like softs for Oscar.
It's
Mediums
lights out
for
and away
Gasly.
we go.
Really good start from Norris, but he kind of ran into the back of Max there. He was a little sluggish off the line. Can we hold off those soft tyres? No, we can't.
Take care of the tires.
Confirm.
And we need some lead bank code.
Confirm.
Right, out of the first few corners and through the first sector, it's Max ahead of Piastri, then Norris, Antonelli in fourth on hard tyres, then Gasly, Lindblad, Hadjar, Russell, Albon, Lawson and Schumacher. That is your points positions, as we see a move from Lindblad on Gasly and Albon on Russell. Lindblad gets his place back. He's got the inside line. So he will complete that move, or should complete that move now on Gasly. And does, tucks in behind Antonelli. Norris has already been dropped by everybody.
And more energy available.
Let's give him a little boost as Oscar makes the move through into the lead.
It's really impossible to race like this.
He dived up the inside at the hairpin. We're going to try and get the place back on the next lap. I want to try and get in front of Oscar and overheat those tyres.
Nice.
What is the track temperature? 39.4 degrees. So
DRS is enabled.
yeah, dirty air will definitely overheat tyres
P2
in these conditions.
Next car, Piastri. Car behind is Norris. Norris 1 second behind. Mode push.
Antonelli being ahead of everybody else could be a good little buffer for at least a lap or two, hopefully. Try and slow up the field. Antonelli will just get the DRS off of Norris. Max was not close enough to get it off of Oscar, but he will be if he stays this close in the next sector. And we are very strong through here because of our low speed performance. Lawson gets past Russell. Russell down to 10th briefly. Lawson's still fighting. Still fighting. Yeah, Oscar's going for it, look, isn't he? Trying to sprint away from us. And Antonelli is hanging on to Norris. This could actually be a pretty smart move for Antonelli to start on these hard tyres. He'll have the flexibility to push and less concern about them overheating as well, compared to mediums and definitely compared to softs. But he will have a little bit less grip and a little bit less overall pace as a result, at least in these early laps. You wouldn't know it though, looking at the gaps. He's pulled away from Lindblad by staying with Norris. So Max has picked up the bonus point for qualifying on pole position. Oscar currently holds the bonus point for the fastest lap, because that's going to change a lot as this race progresses. And still, we can't really get on terms. We're almost out of battery for Norris, so we're going to put him into top up now.
Charge button on.
Push just a little bit longer with Max, but only really to the end of this lap. Two and a mini fighting over P17, P18. Leclerc still stuck down in P20. And that's a look up the inside from Antonelli. Doesn't get enough drive out of the corner to complete the move, but he'll get the DRS to have another try here into turn one. We are out of battery for Max.
You need to keep your K1 usage down a bit, otherwise
We
you
did
just run out
get
of
back
battery
to a
and then you'll
second
just be taken by everybody.
distance. Can we stay there though? That is the question.
Charge on, please.
Yep.
We should certainly have more pace than Oscar in about 10 laps or so. As our tyres
What's wrong with my pack?
should last better. And we've got another ERS issue developing, just like last night.
On our side, we can continue.
Temporary fault for Lando there. And his engine is at risk of developing a fault based on curbs and condition. That might be problematic. And yeah, Oscar's checking out at the moment. So this is going to be a race where we are going to have to work hard later on to get back into contention. But we will have soft tyres once the rain ends. Oscar might not. He might have used his only good set of softs now. And might be on mediums after the rain. So let's keep an eye on Kimi, who is going to have a real opportunity on Norris, with Norris having those battery issues developing. It's a consequence of crashing in Vegas. In Q3 last night. Tyre temps starting to creep up a little bit, even in the clean air. So if Oscar wants to cool his tyres down, he's going to have to ease off in the braking zones, and that will drop his pace down a bit. Just keep an eye on lap times. And that's another look from Antonelli, and this time he might be able to get the move done. He's still alongside, he'll get the DRS. We do manage to cut across him, but he'll try and go around the outside. And he has to lift and yield. So Norris holding him back for now. We lost 0.8 of a second on that lap. Not overly concerned at this point, because we do have the ability to push these tyres. Let's take a look at the track graph. Looks like around lap 23, 22 is when we're going to need to box for inters as this stands right now. That's not necessarily exactly when we're going to need to change. And Norris is definitely suffering, as Hadjar is fighting with Gasly now. He's up the inside. Oh, he gets pushed very wide there by Gasly. Some very robust defending. Normally you get up the inside through that section and you complete the move coming out onto this long straight, but not this time for Hadjar. He will pick up a bit of a slipstream from the back of Lindblad. He might be able to throw it up the inside in the braking zone. Not quite close enough. As Schumacher is fighting with Bearman for the final point. Evening, Nigel.
Continue, keep going.
Antonelli has got through, and Nigel, you can rejoice because our car is not purple. It's red.
Yes, let's go.
So is Antonelli going to start pulling away now that he's through? Norris quickly gets back through in the DRS zone.
Right then, we can take a look now. Now we're approaching turn 2. It's there for the taking. And Lando says, well, thank you very much.
No, Lando says, mega. Jeez, this is not pleasing you, is there, Nigel? Any other colour but purple, he says. Okay, it's not purple. No, it's red. I don't like red. Antonelli now has got that position back. We'll get the DRS, so we might take the place back from Antonelli at the hairpin.
Continue like
It's
this.
the slipstream. There's the rear wing opening. We still have the ERS issue. We're up the inside. There you can see Gasly having a look at Lindblad. We get the DRS. Will Antonelli chop us like we chopped him? Yes, he will.
Yeah, confirm.
Looks like Lindblad will just about hold off Gasly. And that might give Hadjar an opportunity. Meanwhile, Oscar is just pulling away every lap. We're going to start up our tyre
Okay,
pace.
if there's anything left in the tank, let's go for it.
And we need to increase pushing status.
We are getting closer to that rain point. We need to start clawing the gap back. Antonelli is trying to break away. There's not really much point pushing the battery because of the ERS issues. It's just be kind of a waste of the charge that we have. So we've got to hope that the slipstream and the tyre push will be enough to keep us close and help us defend. Antonelli at 135.2, 6 tenths quicker than Max. Max another 8 tenths down to Oscar on that lap.
Copy that.
Wondering if underfueling was the right call, but this is a circuit where we do get a lot of crashes, especially at that corner there. So the chance of a VSC or a safety car pretty high, or a red flag. We do tend to get red flags at that corner when the car blocks the track. So hopefully I think I was justified taking 2 laps out, but at the moment we are struggling a little bit for pace. Norris's ERS issue has cleared up finally, so battery is available again. Let's immediately start burning some.
Use the energy.
Evening, Lennon.
Okay.
You are doing a good job on tires. Continue like this.
And that time around, with the tyre push for a full lap, we are much closer in pace to Oscar. Still losing a little bit of time. We're at full sunshine at the moment, so track temperature might start to creep up a little bit. Light rain due to start in around 10 minutes, but it won't be into conditions at that point. Norris back into DRS range.
Charge button on, charge on.
Confirm. Yeah, confirm.
Who's the silver car that looks like an old McLaren? That would be McLaren. Is this your first time seeing the 2031 grid, Nigel? Because if so, I'll go through all the liveries for you.
Reminder on your eyes.
Yeah, confirm.
All right, Lawson's in the pits already. That's a very early stop. He's getting off a set of softs. And we took half a second, 0.6 of a second out of Oscar on that lap. But his tyres starting to go already, I wonder. Or did Lawson just use a set of scrubs there? This is why I had to box early. Those tyres don't look brand new. Or maybe it's just a shadow. I don't think they're brand new. No, they are brand new. Right, we can save some fuel. During the rain, so I'm not overly concerned yet. See, we continue. We are struggling to stay with Antonelli at the moment, but let's see. We continue to close down Oscar. Only by 0.2 that lap, but it's another couple of tenths nibbled away. And I think Norris would be slightly quicker if he didn't have the dirty air to deal with, but we don't really have the pace to, with the battery, to punch after Antonelli. If we push it now, we won't have any at the end of the lap, and that will leave us vulnerable to Lindblad. Max, though, does have some battery, so let's spend his...
Set up mode push now, please.
Okay.
39.8. Track temperature's gone up ever so slightly. Should start cooling off again soon, I hope.
Yeah, confirm. What about tyres?
Yeah, tires are okay for now.
All right, no more battery pushing.
Charge on.
Yeah.
And 134.1. That took 0.9 of a second out of Oscar. Starting to close him back down again, bit by bit. Norris still hanging on to Antonelli, keeping Lindblad behind. Looks like we are going to get the DRS. And we've got a good slipstream run as well. Very nice. Let's see if we can save a little bit of battery.
Charge button on.
Through to the end of the lap. So that we can then try and punch past and stay clear. 4 minutes now until the rain starts to fall. But as you can see, no indication that we're going to need to actually change over for a while. Tyres now starting to just peak a little bit for Norris in the dirty air.
30 minutes away.
Yeah.
Did you just say 30 minutes away? It's a bit further away than 30 minutes. "13 minutes, maybe." Right, track temperatures are coming down a bit. And our tyres are still looking very, very healthy. So I'm actually going to increase the push level a little bit more. Now we're going to push with Norris and see if we can get him through.
Confirm.
What a good run on Kimi. Norris looks to the outside, switches back to the inside. Later on the brakes, more grip with the mediums as well, I hope. And that move is done.
Good job.
Got to keep pushing so Antonelli doesn't immediately take us back with DRS.
So next car in front is Verstappen at 5.8.
And that's going to kill what little battery we got left, but it's a necessary evil.
And charge button on.
Okay.
Mini gets past Tsunoda. Honda really not looking up to much again this weekend. Max took another 2/10 out of Oscar. And a very good lap for Norris. 4/10 quicker than Max. And up into third place. Right, now we can push like this until the rain, I think. Problem for Mini.
And as far as we can tell, they've got a fault with the car.
But still able to keep Tsunoda behind him. You can see it getting overcast. Getting cloudy. A bit hazy. That sun has gone away. Still no indicator as to when it's going to be wet enough. It looks like around lap 24, 25 now. But again, our weather centre is not the best. Gasly has a look up the inside of Lindblad, but gets a little squeeze. Back out of it.
Rain, so be careful.
Okay.
Okay, first drops of rain starting to fall. Max now inside 3 seconds, and Norris has now broken away from Kimi. So this is our opportunity to start to close up and create those gaps. See if we can see Oscar. There's Oscar. Have enough pace left in his tyres to keep Max behind before we have to switch to inters. Does he have enough tyre left just to make it to that point? Is he going to have to box a couple of laps earlier than would be ideal? He's got no grip left. Lindblad has got past Antonelli. Hard's not seeming to work well in these conditions, maybe. Lindblad's off like a whippet, look. He's going to be coming after Lando pretty quick. Max inside 3 seconds. Still way too dry for inters, just 0.0708 mil on the track. We need that to be 0.78 before we are boxing. 0.78 to 0.8 in that kind of window. Maybe a little earlier for Norris, but for Max, because he is so good, we want to push him right to the very edge of that window. Because he's so good in the wet.
Definitely not happy. Surely some kind of fault.
More issues for Mini, and Tsunoda looks like he might finally get through. No, Mini is going to keep throwing it up the inside again. Mini's driving superbly, despite the fact that he's fighting for 17th. He's really keeping Tsunoda behind him. Another 10th or so out of Piastri. The gap is getting visually smaller. Antonelli gets alongside Lindblad. Can't complete that move. Max now just 2.5 seconds behind. So Oscar's gambled on early pace, and we've gone for more sustainable pace in this first stint. Oh, yellow flag. Oh, it's a safety car. It's too early. We will destroy the tyres, but it's a very... We will gain track position if we box Norris, but we will destroy those inters. I think... Oh, we've missed a pit lane anyway. And the safety car's already out, so...
Safety go.
Or is it?
Charge button
Actually,
on.
let's see.
Stay
Does it pick up
Confirm.
Oscar?
And
No, it doesn't. So we'll have an opportunity to box at the end of this lap. Everyone else is coming in. It's Colapinto who's retired. Where is he? Oh, he's hit the wall and spun around through the Mickey Mouse section. So 1 Williams down already. Are these guys going for inters? They are.
A crash in the main straight. On the left, crash in the main straight.
Is everyone alright?
At the moment they are okay. And watch debris around the track.
Okay, so I think we have to box now at the end of this lap.
P4. Okay, next car, Norris. Car behind you at the moment is Gasly.
Oh, I know what I should be doing as well. Put that to that, because we're coming in early. Start saving fuel and start rebuilding the battery. What's the gap between our drivers? 6 seconds. So, yeah, there'll be no hold-up for Norris in the pit lane.
And box now, box now, box.
Safety car will pick up Oscar, because I think Oscar will box as well. Everyone else is boxed.
Now, box for Inters. We think Inter is much quicker.
Inter's not much quicker, not at the moment, but it will be in a few laps' time, maybe about 5-6 laps' time. Oh, is that Mini out of the race?
But But it looks like they're carrying some kind of fault.
No, it's a secondary issue. So Mini's car is really, really falling apart at the moment. And yet he's still in front of Yuki Tsunoda. And will stay ahead for a little while because of the safety car. Might get jumped on the restart now. We are going to avoid high-risk curves, driving clean air.
Try to reduce the hit on the curb.
While we're behind the safety car. Piastri is in. Bit straight through our car there. It's a 2.1 second stop. That's not brilliant. That's a better stop, 1.9. Gasly and Antonelli have stayed out. Ooh. I think that's a mistake. And they will be picked up by the safety car. So they can't now capitalise on a cheap stop. They're now going to have to drop to the back of the grid.
Next car, Piastri, 2.7 seconds ahead of you. Car behind is Norris.
But they will potentially get a few laps in much better conditions to try and at least pull out some of a gap. We're looking at about 11 minutes, according to this, until it is good enough for inters. How long is this safety car going to be? And remember that 11 minutes where it says damp is just meaning that DRS switches off because it gets above 1 mil. So we could be ready a lap or two before that. And given that we're at 0.4 mil, I think that might be the case. Right, we're going to pop a quick ad break to take advantage of this safety car. And let's see how long we have to wait before we go racing again.
Energies are good.
Confirm. At least another lap then behind the safety car. Whole field has formed up. Leclerc's dropped to the back of the grid, having to stack behind Tsunoda in the pits. Still no Farah. Yeah, no, I reached out to him on Steam chat last night. I sent him a message. I saw he was online. Sent him a message just before the start of the stream. And it looked like he went offline shortly after that. So I've not heard from him. Right, we're on lap 20. Antonelli leads from Gasly, but those two are still on dry tyres. Track water level now approaching 0.6 mil. And they are very much going to be on the wrong tyres very, very quickly after this restart. Piastri in third is now effectively net leader again. Max second, Norris in third.
Then it's Lindblad from Russell, Albon, Bearman, Hadjar-Doohan, Schumacher, Bortoletto, Porsche, Drogovic, Sainz, Mini, whose car is shaking itself to bits. You'd think it was a Honda, but it's not. Then it's Tsunoda, then Lawson, Fornaroli, and Charles Leclerc. Colapinto is out, and Antonelli and Gasly will end up at the back of the grid when they make their stops. It's all going a bit wrong for those two. I'll be going racing at the end of this lap. At this point, if I were Gasly or Antonelli, I would just bite the bullet and box now. Have a chance. Looks like we are doing another lap. Have a chance to at least try and rejoin the train. The tyres are absolutely... Oh, what? Why? No.
Cool your tyres.
There we go. And they have done exactly that. It's almost like they were listening to me. They're boxing now. They're going to end up at the back of the grid, but at least they'll be on the back of the grid rather than, 20 seconds adrift for the field. They will be able to catch up before the safety car comes in, which will probably now be at the end of this lap. Oh, and they might actually, look at that, they've snuck out, or Antonelli has snuck out ahead of Fornaroli, and Gasly snuck out ahead of Leclerc. A little quirk of the way the pit lane entrance and exit is laid out here meant that they didn't go to the very back of the grid because it's so slow through those opening couple of corners. So not a total disaster for those two, but not far off.
You're P2.
And we are fuel positive. Fully charged batteries. Sizzling tyres. We are going to need to cool those down pretty quickly, but not too quickly. Safety cars coming in at the end of this lap.
And safety car in this lap. Safety car in this lap.
I just said that again, haven't I?
Try to focus on these tires to get ready.
Okay. We don't think we need any lift and coast.
Okay. No lift off needed. You are doing a good job.
Confirm. Mode to push, please.
Okay.
And now we are into inter territory,
Yeah, confirm.
and it's the wrong weather for slicks. We are going to have a lap or two of DRS before
Safety car
that gets
in the
switched off. No overtaking until we cross the start line. Tsunoda's picked up a fault. Safety car's in. We are off and away. And we are going to absolutely hammer the tyres on these first couple of laps while DRS is potentially still active. It won't be active on this lap because it's a safety car, not a VSC. So we might not have it. By the time we get the DRS active, it might get to the point where it immediately switches off again. Evening, Mike. In fact, yeah, I think it's going to switch off before we complete the lap. Damn, we're going to miss out. Oh, yellow flag. Is that somebody in the wall or just somebody going a little wide? It's another safety car.
Just concentrate on getting your tyre temps down.
Something happened to Mini.
Yeah.
Oh, it did. Ah, poor Mini. Right, back into avoiding curves and driving in clean air.
And now we've had a crash. Now we should
No, I
be
think
able
he
to
went
take a look
wide.
here. Now this was the 7th
Oh, maybe not. I
corner.
thought he went wide and then
There's not
got
much
hit.
room to move.
Oh, this is...
That's obviously
Yeah, he hit
far
the
from
barrier, and we're
intentional,
riding on board with
but there
Tsunoda.
was contact.
So he
It's
hit
a
the barrier
blow
and then
too
just
for
clipped
more than
Yuki.
one
That's the
driver from
crash.
pack.
So it looks like Yuki finally manages to get past Mini, but at what cost? Mini is out. And it's not going to be a good weekend for Minardi. Squanderoli stuck down in 18th place.
Yeah, confirm.
I wonder if anyone's going to box and change their tyres. Depends how much they've worn
there
out
was a
under that
crash.
safety car.
So watch for debris.
Tyre temps will definitely come under a lot more control now. Mini will pick up a penalty,
What position are
which
we?
will affect qualifying in the next race because you can't serve it now.
Street is now the next car. Car behind is Norris. 35 laps to go at the end of this one.
And when are we expecting the rain to stop? We're on lap 23.
Okay.
We're looking at maybe lap 33. It's going to be a long stint on these tyres, so we can absolutely thrash them. Maybe lap 35. As always, we don't take what Matt tells us as gospel. We take it as an advisory. Never trust the radar 100%. Tyre temps are now at the right level. They're back under control. It's good because it means we can thrash them without them instantly setting fire to the track on the restart. We've now got a fair old bit of spare fuel as well. How long's this safety car going to last, I wonder? So, running order on lap 24 out of 57 as we approach the halfway point. It is Oscar ahead of Max and Norris. Lindblad in 4th, Russell 5th. Then Albon, Bearman, Hadjar, Doohan, Schumacher, Bortoletto in the final points position in 11th. Then it is Porsche 12th, 13th for Drugovich, 14th for Sainz. Tsunoda up to 15th, but has got some issue with his car. We're not sure what it was because we didn't catch the banner in time. Then Lawson, Antonelli down to 17th after a very, very late stop onto the Inters from the lead. Then Fornaroli, Gasly from 2nd down to 19th because he also stayed out far too long. And Leclerc in 20th. 2 retirements so far. Mini, which brought out this safety car, and Colapinto, who brought out the safety car just a few laps earlier, are the 2 retirements. And looks like we're doing another lap behind the safety car. Do I think Max will see out his contract with Red Bull or jump ship? I don't know. I wouldn't say he's definitely going to jump ship, but I wouldn't be surprised to see him maybe leave at the end of the season. And it's a question of whether he leaves Red Bull and goes somewhere else, or whether he leaves Formula One entirely. I know he's not enjoying these regs. And he had a huge amount of fun in the GT race at the Nordschleife on Sunday, so maybe he does leave Formula One completely at the end of the season to focus on GT racing. I know he wants to try Le Mans at some point as well. Wouldn't be at all surprised if he has a go at the Indy 500 at some point as well, like Alonso tried to do. See if he can win that elusive Triple Crown of Le Mans, Indianapolis and Monaco. We've already got a lot of fuel on board, but I want to try and just cool the engines down a touch before the restart. Well, never mind. We are going racing again.
In this lap. We may restart again next lap.
Yep. From tyre point of view, we don't think lift and coast is necessary.
Okay. And you can use all the boost bar.
Yeah, confirm. Yeah, confirm.
Yeah. Safety car in the pit lane.
Right, we are back to green flag racing again. No overtaking till the line. Oscar's had a good getaway. Norris got a poor getaway. Max didn't get the best restart, but he's quickly onto the back of Oscar again in the braking zone at 1. Just looks like a sore loser moaning about the wrecks of these cars. He's not the only driver who's moaning. Oh, he is very much not the only driver who's moaning. A lot of drivers are complaining. And he did grumble about the ground effect, but Red Bull weren't suffering anywhere near as badly as other teams, so he wasn't experiencing the full bone-shattering bouncing that some of the drivers were experiencing. A lot of drivers are unhappy with elements of the risks. Max is just the most vocal. Max doesn't care what other people think of him, so he'll just say whatever he wants to say, you know, without regard of the consequences. Partly because he's so talented, it's not like they're just going to kick him out of the sport or anything like that. He's already won 4 world championships, so if they do start to clamp down on him and start fining him for, you know, for saying things that they don't like, again, he can just go somewhere else. But, you know, a lot of drivers are unhappy. They're just a bit more political about their responses, you know. And you're seeing that with the TV coverage as well. Sky are almost bending over backwards not to say anything negative about the regs, which isn't great. You know, you expect some sort of honesty from your commentators. You expect there to be, you know, maybe some bending to the will of Formula One, but yeah, I mean, Alonso is obviously not amazingly happy with the regs, but he's also very unhappy with his car because it's almost impossible to drive. So I mean, there is that. Norris was extremely unhappy about the regs. He was complaining about it just being like Mario Kart a lot. Oscar was complaining about the regs, saying that, you know, he was struggling to get his head around the fact that as he was getting more confidence in Australia and starting to carry more speed into the corners, it was making him slower because of the way the battery works. Leclerc's not thrilled with the new regs. Hamilton's having fun, so he's quite happy at the moment, but I mean, he's kind of buoyed by the fact that he's competitive again and has a good car by the look of it this year. There's a lot of negativity about the regs. It's just Max is the most vocal. Max is always the most vocal when he's upset about something. Right, we are out of battery, unfortunately, so we'll have to go into top up.
Charge on.
Yeah, okay. Charge button on. Yeah, confirm.
One of the reasons why Max is so unhappy as well is he's a racing purist. He wants to be able to push flat out every lap, and you just can't do that with these regs. Yeah, Gasly's not been happy. Ocon's been complaining as well. A lot of drivers have been moaning about these regulations. I think there will be some compromises from the FIA. How big those compromises are going to be remains to be seen. Probably not massive movement, but there will be some kind of conciliation, I think. We're already seeing that to a lesser extent with the fact that qualifying, there will be a reduced amount of harvesting available at Suzuka from 9 megajoules as was expected down to 8. But also it's new as well. It's a new style of driving, and some drivers are adapting to it a little bit quicker. The drivers who haven't had much Formula One experience will probably have it a little easier because they've got less relearning to do. You know, drivers that have had much longer careers are probably going to have a lot more to unlearn and relearn with these new regs than drivers who've only been in the sport a year or two. Right, Antonelli gets ahead of Tsunoda, whose car has got worse. So Antonelli able to push through. His tyres will be in slightly better condition as well, because he did box a lot later than everybody else did. I think the biggest driving force for change is going to be the fans.
Okay, let's get on it. Still everything to play
Long-term fans, people like myself who are not thrilled with the regs, because we've seen a complete overhaul of how racing needs to happen. Spawnaroli also now trying to get past Tsunoda, but can't quite get through. Whereas, you know, newer fans, and there are a lot of new fans who haven't really seen, or casual fans who haven't really watched Formula One that much or at all, might not understand all the sort of overtaking that's going on is kind of a little synthetic. Ignorance is bliss in that respect. If they're coming in and they have no prior preconceptions about how Formula One used to be, then they might just see it as exciting action on track.
Let me know
But,
track
you know,
condition.
The more long-term fans who've been around a lot longer
DRS is enabled.
are not happy with how racing is going at the moment because they feel it's artificial, and qualifying has kind of been butchered as a result of these regs as well. But, you know, things will improve as teams get more of a handle on it, as drivers get more of a handle on it. Maybe some concessions might be made
Norris right behind.
as well in the long
So
term.
Norris 1 second behind. No worries,
To, you know, just placate some people, but we'll have to wait and see.
Next car, Piastri. Do your best.
These tyres are melting for no real reason.
And
Let's
try to
cool them
the
down,
tires as much as possible.
especially with the track below 1 mil.
Your tyres.
DRS is back. So we might have a small opportunity to try and get ahead. We don't have much in the way of battery though, because we burnt it all trying to get past on the restart. Yeah, one thing Formula One has
You are
managed to do, and probably completely by
P2.
accident, is fix the dirty air
Next
problem.
car is Piastri.
The outwashing that has plagued Formula One for the last decade or so, if not
Car
longer,
behind is
seems to have
Norris.
been fixed with these new regulations.
He's
I don't think that was
1.3
entirely
seconds behind.
the intention of the regs,
Piastri is now
but
the
I mean
next
that
car.
has also made racing look, you know, made it a little easier for cars to follow and overtake. It's the fact that
This focuses a long race.
the dirty air effect is a lot less than it used to be.
We're
a lot
expecting
less.
the rain to stop in a few minutes.
So,
Okay.
you know, it's not like everything in the regs, the new regs, is bad. Cars are actually able to follow each other and stay close and give themselves an opportunity to overtake. Yeah, maybe the ease in which they're able to make the overtake itself is a little artificial at the moment. But again, we're still only a couple of races down in the season. Third race coming this weekend. Give it another few races so that teams and drivers get a better handle on how and where to deploy their batteries, and we'll start to see less less Mario Kart and a little bit more proper racing, I think. I hope, anyway.
A long way to go.
How long until we can come in for softs? A couple of minutes.
Remember, long way to go in this race.
So we need to push.
Part of it was down to the floor.
Still margin to push
With
a
the
bit
lack of the
harder through
Venturi
turn
tunnels,
6,
there's
turn
less
12.
air being directed underneath the car now that it's a flat-bottomed car again. A big chunk of it as well is the front wheel wake being channeled into the side of the car's airflow rather than around the outside of the front wheels, so it doesn't spill around to the back of the car and make that that dirty airflow around the back much wider. It's a combination of things, but yeah, I mean the change of the floors has definitely helped.
Just do your best.
All right, we're getting ready to box.
Let's get after these cars in front. Charge on.
Yeah. Charge button on.
Confirm.
Mode in.
Gonna gamble and
Box
bring
the
Max
slap.
in a lap earlier than Norris.
Yeah, box.
And track conditions when you can.
It's just straying, nothing, it's just straying, that's it. Yeah, I think I'm ready.
No more rain.
It's a better stop for Max, a 1.9. Still not
So
amazingly
box now,
quick,
box.
but better than his 2.1.
Yeah, confirm.
You're in clear air.
We should get out ahead of Gasly. And we do.
We are P16.
And the track is going to come to Max in just a few corners.
.24 laps to go.
We are past the halfway
We
points.
need to do the full management on this set.
Okay.
Antonelli gets past Lawson. And now the track is favouring Max. Especially favouring Max, given how good he is at this point. In these conditions, when it's still very wet.
Landry pit lane.
Oscar's in this lap. I don't think we've done enough to undercut Oscar. But we do delay his exit ever so slightly, I think. That's a good stop from Norris, a 1.81.
And watch a wide line on exit.
Here comes Max, and it's the quickest stop. Gasly is out ahead of us. He's gone to medium tyres.
Car behind is Gasly. There's progress to be made.
So at the moment you are 9. Gap to him 1.4.
That's the overtake we just watched, isn't it? Yeah. Right, let's go to strategy view so I can get these tyres to a proper looking strategy window. There we go.
He does have DRS on you.
Energies are good.
Yeah, copy.
So Oscar's got clean air in front of him.
Charge on.
We've got a couple of cars we've got to fight through. He's only about a second and a half, 2 seconds ahead of us. And the guys on Inters are now pulling out of the way because they're on very much the wrong tyre.
Not too bad, huh?
Lindblad and Bearman are both in.
Doing a great job.
There you go, we're just 2 seconds behind
So
the
Sainz
Astrid
is
at the
leading
moment.
This lap.
Maybe 3. Lindblad gets clear of the Bearman. Good stop for both of them. Yeah, there we go, 2.3 seconds behind.
Okay, charge on.
Okay. And charge button on. Charge button on.
Yeah, confirm.
Mode push now.
Yeah.
Did Norris get the DRS? Yes, he did. Good.
Charge on.
Yep.
Give you the best tips to avoid ever restarting a career because you keep restarting. Why do you keep restarting? What's the reason why you keep restarting? If it's because it's too tough, choose a different team. Choose a good team. Or change the difficulty settings. But the game will get very easy very quickly if you do that. Also, you can just watch any one of my season starting streams and see how I approach things like car design, pit crew training, race strategies. Everything that isn't marked PC was done on PS5. That's F1 Manager 22, 23, and multiple playlists on 24 as well. We are going to absolutely thrash the car on the next lap to try and claim that fastest lap from Oscar, close the gap right back up. We'll push Norris as well. So Norris might end up getting the fastest lap because of DRS to Max. We'll see. But we need to close that gap back up, and then we are going to slam the tyres into a low pace setting to cool them right down.
Okay, so let's push as much as we can from this point.
Okay.
Let's see if we can close the gap to Oscar. Problems for Charles now. Both Hondas suffering. And that kind of makes sense because he's driving a Honda. So Oscar just posted the fastest lap of 132.8 on that last lap. We are going to hopefully absolutely smash it this lap. go purple first sector for Lando.
Car behind does not have DRS.
Yeah.
So you often start with the worst car, but why are you restarting? Is it because the board is getting ready to fire you, or what's the reason? Because I mean, if you're starting with the worst car, you obviously want a challenge, and if it's just because it's really hard in the first half of the season,
Car behind is Norris.
that's kind of the whole point.
He's 0.5 behind. A long way to go.
First couple of seasons, you won't do much at all, but then you'll have the big reg change at the end of 2025. And then if you get your research right, you'll go from having one of the worst cars to potentially having the best car. So 131.6, 6/10 quicker for Norris on that lap. And we have closed the gap to Piastri quite nicely.
He has DRS.
I can't do it.
It is called easy difficulty. You've got easy, standard and hard. They're the three difficulty settings.
Car behind is Norris. No worries, mate. You need to keep your K1 usage down a bit, otherwise you'll just run out of battery and then you'll just be taken manually.
Ooh, Norris trying to sneak his way through.
And try to cool down the tires as much as possible.
Yeah, confirm.
Sneaks his way ahead.
Charge button on.
Yeah, confirm.
Charge on.
All right, Norris wants to take the lead. Norris can take the lead.
No management
Gap is
required.
2 seconds. We'll harvest with Max.
And
I expect
charge
Max will
button
retake that position
on,
again in a
charge
moment.
button On.
Confirm.
Norris ahead of you. Just do
Couldn't
your
quite
best.
get onto the back of Oscar. And now that we're cooling the tyres down, there is a risk he's just going to start pulling away again. But we need to make sure these tyres go the distance. We did box a little bit earlier than I was expecting to originally, so maybe mediums would have been a better choice, but we're going with the softs.
Verstappen behind with DRS.
I just hope these two don't take time out of each other by fighting too much.
P2. So next car in front is Piastri. Gap to him 2.6. So next car behind is Verstappen. Gap to Verstappen behind 0.9. And tires are good to push.
So you're spending money like you're a big team, even though you're not a big team. Yeah, just ease down on the amount of development you're doing, if that's the case. Don't throw so much money at development. When you're a back market team, you've got worse drivers generally.
Verstappen behind with DRS.
So you have to keep some money in reserve where you can to account for those potential incidents.
Quiet, big vibration.
Leclerc's Honda engine threatening to shake itself apart.
You are doing a good job on tires. Keep it like this.
Okay, Djokovic gets past Schumacher. Antonelli's now up to P14, closing down his teammate. Lapping about a second quicker on that previous lap. He's on a faster compiler tyre, which will certainly help that cause. But Porsche currently occupies the final points position in 11th. Gasly's still all the way down in 18th. It's not been good at all for him. Tyre temps back under control, so we can up the tyre pace a little bit for Max. He's almost finished charging his battery as well, so we'll put him into top up now.
Charge on.
Yeah.
Piastri is still just edging away from us though. The last 15 laps. Still has that little edge on pace, doesn't he? The CMS.
Is everything okay?
Oh, Norris, is that another ERS issue again?
We've seen on
Oh, it's the engine this time, and that is a problem. Right, we are going to have to avoid high curves for a while with Norris to try and clear that if we can. Is it a clearable one, or is it to be examined after? Oh, it's examined after.
It's confirmed.
So we can at least stop it from getting worse. So I think that's it for Norris's race. Now it'll be a case of Max getting through and going after Oscar.
Okay, next car, Norris. Okay, let's get on it. Still everything to play for.
Just make sure that Norris can survive until the end of the race ahead of Albon. Get that double podium again.
What about tyres?
I'm good.
Okay, charge on.
Okay. Yeah.
Right, 4 seconds is the gap.
Do your best.
Confirm.
free to fight.
Thank you, Lando.
Okay. Charge on. Okay.
Tyre wear just above the prediction. Track temperature 39.5 degrees. Norris's tyres are too cool because he is avoiding high-risk curves, so we'll have to turn his tyre up a bit, but we need to cool the engine down as well. Let's see what pace Max has in clean air now. We are ready to push again if we want to. That's still a little bit of overheating to get rid of. Is that Tsunoda out?
No gear, no gear. I can go first gear.
It does look like a terminal gearbox issue for Yuki Tsunoda.
Energies are good.
Confirm.
And charge button off. Charge button off.
Yeah, good.
Tyres are still not good.
Charge button on.
Yeah, confirm.
Let's take him out of high-risk curves now. And there is Tsunoda pulling into the garage to retire. Max just slightly quicker than Oscar on that last lap. But the gap is 5 seconds, and that is quite a big gap.
We're okay to push a bit harder if you can.
No swearing from Tsunoda, I'm surprised. Yeah, we do have to be wary of Albon. He has closed the gap by a couple of seconds since we let Max through past Norris. But we've sped Norris back up again now, as you can see. Trying to approach this last 10 laps patiently. We're 11 laps away from the end of the Grand Prix. Don't want to burn the tyres out too quickly. I am going to push the battery on this lap though.
Mode push.
Okay.
Norris's engine temp's almost back under control. He's just going to have to finish overfueled. If we start pushing the heating back into the engine again, there's a chance it will make that engine a lot worse. So, yeah, we just have to monitor his pace. Make sure he can stay ahead of Albon. So we are about 6/10 up on Oscar on this lap. Push the pace a little bit higher on this next lap for Max. So yeah, we took about 1.5 seconds out of Oscar on that lap. At 3.7 now. Tyres cooled down a bit too quickly. Let's see if this brings them back up again, or whether I'm going to have to push them a bit
Tyre
more.
temps are good. Okay.
That's a good sign that we got that message. There we go. And we went purple in that sector. Nine and a half laps remaining. By another half a second. Oscar has responded a little bit on this lap, it would seem. You can see that gap is visually smaller. We might even be closer to Oscar than we are to Norris now. Right. Around the final couple of corners. Around the battery again. And we took another 4/10 there. So gap now 2.7 seconds, 2.8 seconds. So we take another second out of him on that lap. We are starting to claw him down without burning out the tyres. And we got a yellow flag. It wasn't Oscar. Who was it? Lock up for Felipe.
Here we are then at turn 17.
Into the hairpin.
The brakes couldn't cope. Just unable to control the car by that point.
So he did all the hard work on the back straight to get through past Bortoletto, and then immediately has to cede the position back again because he locks up. Not ideal. Norris's gap back up to 6 seconds. His engine temps are back under control. Oscar pulling out the big guns on this lap, looking to try and take fastest lap away.
Charge.
I need to harvest a bit more battery with Max so I can respond and make sure we keep the fastest lap for that bonus point. Has responded to us pushing. We did a 1:32.8 across the line, so we still have the fastest lap, which currently stands at 1:31.6, so yeah, he wasn't even close. He's 1.2 seconds off that. We might be safe then. Let's see if we can
push.
Respond a little bit to Oscar. Close that gap back down again. Undo what he just did on that last lap. In theory, we should be so much quicker through this Mickey Mouse sector on this push than he is because our car is so strong in the low speed, but it's not a guarantee, and our tyres are now below 60%. That is it for the battery again.
Charge on.
We've taken another second back out of Oscar again. We're getting close to grabbing that slipstream.
You need to keep your K1 usage down a bit, otherwise you'll just run out of battery and then you'll just be taken by everybody. You're P2. Next car, yeah, street.
Antonelli is ahead of Schumacher and is on the back of Drugovic for that
Norris
final
right
point
behind.
now. Has a look at the insides at the hairpin. He's given up the DRS, but he's got the move done and actually closed the door quite abruptly there on Drugovic. So Drugovic had to drop back. Oh, and Antonelli did get the DRS. I thought he crossed the line just ahead. Apparently not. So Antonelli up into the points. Max is now out of spare fuel.
And we need to increase lift and coast by 30%.
Norris is still comfortably ahead of Albon. Can't keep the tyre pace up this high for too much longer.
I start understeering a bit more.
Aston might be able to hang on here, you know. Just a tenth, well, less, yeah, just over a tenth quicker than us. 0.12 of a second quicker. And catching him is one thing, but then being able to get past him is another with no battery. So we're going to have to harvest as soon as we get on him, and which will leave us vulnerable to him trying to break away again. We'll have to be very canny about where and when we recharge, if we can get there. At the moment, we might not be able to get there.
Slow down now.
Okay.
Just need a little bit more of a push. We don't have much left to give.
Okay, next car is
I
Piastri.
can't wait for our upgrades. They will make a big difference.
Remember, long way to go in this race.
And again, I'm being more aggressive with tyre selection because we have good tyre wear, but maybe it's not quite good enough for the tyre choice risks that I'm taking.
5 laps to go.
Yeah.
.8 seconds is the gap. Hadjar gets ahead of Bearman. So P6 and 7 for McLaren now. Porsche now past Schumacher. So Mick down to 14th. Gasly's still struggling. He's down to 17th and he's only just ahead of Fornaroli. We might try it around the outside here. Nope, thinks better of it. And we've got a yellow flag. Ooh, who is that for? Oh, it's a brief one. It's only a brief one. George cutting the corner again at turn 6.
Right, we're down at turn 5. And they just can't keep on the track. Well, hopefully not a sign of things to come.
Cost him a little bit of momentum, but didn't cost him a position. He's still ahead of his teammate, but he's now 6 seconds behind Lindblad. Oscar's pulled that gap back out just a little bit more again. Ah, so frustrating. Every time we get close, he just edges away again.
Four more laps.
These tyres won't last 4 laps, I don't think, at this pace. Well, they might do. Temperature's come down a little bit.
High speed management is very good. Let's get after these
Throw
guys.
everything at trying to get into the
No more lift and coast.
into the slipstream at the end of this area. through the Mickey Mouse area onto the back straight. Another yellow flag. Is this one a bit more serious? No, it's another brief yellow flag. It's a lockup for Kimi. Oh.
Now this was at turn 1.
He's still in 11th.
The wheels just lock up there. But that's just the risk you take.
He managed
The
to get it
later
going
you
again pretty
leave it.
quickly, so he will hang on to that position. It's like Mick's back up to P13. He is. And he's got away from Porsche. Porsche's tyres dying, maybe?
Piastri is now the
1.6
next
seconds
car.
is the gap. This is the closest we've been. Now 1.5.
This Focus is a long race.
Hopefully we'll get the slipstream here. We are out of battery once again.
Charge on.
Come on, Max, you can do this. Just get in range and stay in range. That's all I ask, and then I've got a chance. It's 3 laps to go. Tyres are too hot.
There
Fuel
are
is
3 laps remaining, including
bingo.
this one.
I need a really good first sector, Max. Please. You are so close.
There's progress to be made.
And the whole battery there, just trying to get in range, and I think we've just about managed it. Now, can we
Just
stay
cool the
there?
tyres.
That is the real question.
Go back to doing lift and coast now. Charge on. Okay for mode push. Charge on. Cool your tyres.
Tyres are looking rough.
We need to do more lift and coast. Please increase by 10%.
Okay.
2 laps to go.
2 more time lapse.
Duan's punctured.
Back up.
That's going to drop him out of the points, and now Schumacher's got a chance to get in the points to make it a 10-11 finish for Ferrari. Ah, no, Oscar's sprinted away from me.
No worries, mate.
We're still close enough to
Say
maybe
less.
close back up on the straight.
Charge on.
Into the pits for Duan. He's going to finish a very distant last. Somehow Leclerc's car has not killed itself just yet. Final lap. This is going to be so tight.
A long way to go. Last time lap.
His tyres are on their last legs.
Okay for mode push.
We're not going to get the DRS. Damn it. Oscar's got too much left in the tank. He's pulling away from us. We're going to have to settle for second. Piastri's going to get his second win of the season. We'll bring him back into the title picture a little bit.
Next car, Piastri.
We'll still be 1-2, I think.
Just do your best. We need to reduce K1 usage.
Yeah, we're too far back. Just left ourselves a little bit too much to do. And Oscar is definitely going to be a problem to deal with in the Drivers' Championship this year. Schumacher has just got ahead of Drukovic. Can he hold that position?
That's the checkered flag.
And first place goes to Piastri.
The man with no number finishes number 1.
What an amazing finish to a thrilling race. It's a real testament to their skill and the team's engineering.
Maybe the reason he refuses to take his number back is because he refuses to have any number if it isn't number 1 on the car. Who knows? I think it's just a bug. Norris has finished third. He's 6 seconds ahead of Albon.
And check it.
Looks like Schumacher will hold on
P3.
to P11 and get that final point.
Happy with that. Good job, everyone.
And we definitely need those
Good job.
upgrades.
And into the pit lane.
And across the line comes Jack Doohan with that late puncture. Somehow Leclerc... Oh, Doohan steals the fastest lap on the last lap. So we lose the bonus point. Doohan won't get it because he's outside the top 11.
A great drive today from Max Verstappen.
This podium is something the whole team can be proud of. Excellent strategy and perfectly executed.
Pure elation there as the driver regroups with a team that worked so hard to see this moment. Well, Max Verstappen can add yet another podium to his already impressive record.
And that's excellent, seeing both the team's drivers up there on the podium together.
And after a hot and sweaty Miami Grand Prix, I think this is as good a time as any to cool off. Well, Kareem, how do you think they'll be feeling in the team garage at the end of that?
Well, they'll be so proud to have had both drivers on the podium. They're certainly doing something right.
And with that, our weekend in Miami now draws to a close.
Now the teams will be looking ahead to Imola, where the season progresses with the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix. Get ready for some fierce competition.
So, confirmation then of the final result. Oscar, with his second win of the season, is now the winningest driver in this year's championship. Max second, but consistency will be key to taking the title this year. Another second place gets him another 13 points, so Oscar only closes the gap by 4. Norris gets another podium as well. He finishes in third. Then it's Alex Albon in fourth, up 5 places. Good result for him. Lindblad gets fifth. Russell sixth. Hadjar in seventh. A pretty good day for McLaren there. 11 points for them. A good day for HiTech as well. Bearman up 4 places to take 8th. So 11 points for HiTech as well. Bortoletto hangs on for 9th. Antonelli gets 10th. and Schumacher gets 11th. Both Ferrari drivers recovering to get back to the points. Antonelli losing out so many places by staying out way too long on those dry tyres and then having to drop pretty much to the back of the grid under the safety car is what undid him today. Could have been a very different race if he had boxed with everybody else and been up there as well. Who knows what would have happened if that was the case. Felipe finished in 12th, just outside the points by just over 0.6 of a second. Then it was Porsche in 13th, Gasly in 14th. No points for the second Ford today. That makes things very difficult for them in the constructors' standings. Mercedes in 15th with Sainz, 16th for Lawson, Fornaroli 17th, 18th for Charles Leclerc, 19th for Jack Doohan, who did take the fastest lap on the very last lap. No bonus point for him, but no bonus point for us either, because he stole it from us. The kid. Then 3 retirements. Yuki Tsunoda's gearbox failing. Mini and Colapinto both having brushes with the wall that brought out safety cars to retire them. Let's take a look then at the drivers' standings. So Max is top with 76 points. Norris in second has 60. And then it is Oscar with his 2 wins on 48 points. Max has got 2 wins, but also has those 2 sprint wins as well. He's been on the podium every round so far this season, as has Norris. So again, consistency is going to be key this year with smaller points available for the top positions. Then it's Arvid in P4. He's up to 34 points. Then Russell in P5. Gasly P6. Antonelli moves up above Leclerc into 7th. He's up to 15 points now. The slow recovery for Ferrari continues. Honda in really bad shape, despite the fact that on paper they've got the best developed car so far. That will change soon. We've got upgrades coming. Then it's Hadjar in 9th with 13 points as well as Leclerc. Bearman's into 10th. Albon up to 11th. Lawson into... Bortoletto into 12th. 13th for Lawson now. 14th for Porsche. 15th for Mini. 16th for Doohan. 17th for Sainz. 18th for Colapinto. 19th for Tsunoda. Mick in 20th. Then Felipe and Fornaroli bringing up the rear. The only drivers yet to get their first points of the season, with Mick getting his first point today. And Ugo back in action in F2. Looks like it was a successful race for him. No pole positions, but 2 race wins, 2 sprint wins now. Let's take a look at the constructors' standings. So we're on 136 points. Again, that consistency of a podium for every race for both of our drivers has put us up to 136 points. And we outscored Ford by 7 because both of our cars scored high, with only 1 Ford winning big today. Then it's HiTech with 46, just 5 points ahead of McLaren. They're on 41. A big gap back then to Honda, who are tied with Audi and Ferrari, all 3 teams on 16 points apiece. Williams just 1 point behind on 15. 13 points for Mercedes, 10 points for TGR, and 5 points for Minardi. Into the pit stop challenge, and we got the quickest stop. Very nice. After struggling to scrape a few points together this season, we come out on all cylinders in this one. Only 1 car made it in though, unfortunately. No, there we go. As I say, I thought Max had a 1.9 second stop. There he is in 7th place. So both cars into the points today. That's very nice. Then TGR got 2nd, Audi 3rd and 5th, McLaren 4th, Honda taking 6th, Mercedes 8th and 9th, and Williams get that 9th place, 8th and 10th. Williams getting 9th and 2 points thanks to Albon's stop. So Mercedes are still top with 70 points. Ferrari second with 55. 1 point behind now is TGR as they move above Williams. They're on 54. Williams on 45. And we are now a few points further back. McLaren are just 2 points behind Williams as they move up a place. They're on 43. We're up 3 places, jumping past Audi, Ford, and HiTech. We're on 39 points, tied with Audi. Ford down 3 places. No points to them this weekend. They're on 34. Honda are moving above HiTech as well. They're up to 14 points now. HiTech down to 10th place with 10 points. And bottom Minardi with just that 1 point so far. There you see a summary of our stops. A decent first stop for Norris, a really good second stop. Not a particularly good first stop for Max, but he made up for it a little bit with the second stop to at least bring us some points. And both drivers bringing in a nice wad of cash as well. 2.787 mil added to the bank balance. Right, let's start prepping for the next race, which I think is Imola. Alright, there is our suspension upgrade, ready to go into manufacturing. Lovely stuff. We're not too far away from the front wing as well. That's only another couple of days to go. So, something purple in the inbox. We will check that in a second. Let's check in with the board. First of all, are they happy with another double podium? Yes, they are. They are delighted. Fantastic stuff. We are getting these worst results to completely disappear. Hopefully we'll get them all gone and just have lots of delighteds going forward. Finances, still disappointed, but we've cleared another month of debt off the bottom of the register there, so we've got 4 straight months of no debt now. That should continue, and we should get November off that list soon, and that should get them satisfied with finances, I hope. Right, let's dive into the standings and just quickly double check how things went in F2 for Ugo. Oh no, he's not back till Imola. I thought he was in action today. Okay, next race then for Ugo. Right, inbox then. Minor regulation changes for next season. We will check on that in just a second. Let's get this new suspension into manufacturing first of all. Let's build 3 of those. That gets me to 2.6 mil. Let's see what else we can do. 3 days away from the front wing. Post-race data. Something's broken on one of the cars. It is an underfloor broken on Max's car. That's one of our new ones as well, I think. It is. So we're going to need to make another one of those. Let's make 2 more. No, just 1 more, because we're hopefully going to get a new underfloor started pretty soon. Side pods are at high risk. Suspension's at high risk. We should be okay to survive until the new suspensions come, I hope, unless it's bad on Norris's car as well. It's not, because we just changed it last time out. So yeah, we should be good now until the new suspensions are ready to go on the car, as far as that goes. Side pods are high risk. We're not working on a side pod yet, are we? Yes, we are working on a side pod. Let's get that underfloor into development while we have this boost. Let's go with something like that. Take a little bit of weight off. There we go. That'll give us a little bit of speed, a little bit of extra downforce, a little bit more dirty air. Might even take that down a touch, because dirty air is still really strong. So we'll drop it down just a touch, just to give us a bit more downforce and a tiny little bit of extra speed. 1 engineer on that, confirm, and that is another part into development there. Lovely, lovely. We'll keep the other slot available for research. Actually, no, we're not going to bother really with research. Well, no, because I'm going to make this save available at the end of the year. I don't want to completely screw over anyone who wants to take this save over on their own time. So yeah, we'll do some research, I suppose. Let's take a look at the regulation changes. And this is supposed to be minor. We just have major changes. The front wing could get absolutely hammered again with airflow sensitivity. Oh god, it's the whole car, look. The whole car's getting hit. Either 30% on cooling or and 10% on airflow, or 30% on airflow and 10% on cooling. Let's see, how cruel do I want to be to you guys if you take this on? Well, the airflow is pretty strong. Cooling needs a bit of work, so let's go for airflow changes for next year. We need to fix something else, or no? It's just a warning because of the engine, isn't it? Yeah, it's a warning because of the engine. All right, let's advance time a couple of days to get that front wing ready. There we go. Start building our new front wings, which are worth quite a nice little bit of extra downforce, tiny bit of tyre wear improvement, and a little bit of extra dirty air as well. Let's get... how much we got? That'll almost clean me out. Let's go with just 4. It'll take 12 days. We'll be at Imola in 9, so we'll have 1 spare front wing and 2 new ones on the cars for Imola. We will maybe have 1 suspension. Yeah, we'll have 1 suspension, but not 2. So we might hold the suspension back. Or I might give it to Norris, I don't know. We'll see. Chassis will be complete in a day. That's a spare chassis. Spare underfloor will be ready in time for Imola. And we've got a couple of slots available now for research. Okay. What is coming up? Anything important? Nothing really. We've got the reg change results there. Then we go to Imola. And then a week after, well, 2 weeks after Imola. No, a week after Imola, we'll have a new ATR period starting as well. And then we go to Brazil there. And this is where our new designs here will be ready. That'll be our side pod and chassis. They will definitely not be on the car for Brazil. And our rear wing will be ready after Brazil. How big of a gap do we have till the next race? Okay, we will have something there as well. That's the underfloor, the new underfloor we just started. So we will have a underfloor ready for Mexico. We should hopefully have 2 ready for Spain. We will have 2 side pods, 2 chassis definitely ready for Spain. Hopefully, but maybe not for Mexico. And our rear wing, we will have 2 of those ready for Mexico. And then we will have spare by the time we get to Spain as well. So that's not too bad. Anything else we can get done? Advance time a little bit. Let's get the results of that regulation change. We're at 330k. Let me check our facilities as well, because we haven't checked them for a little while. Factories at 86, 88 on the design center, CFD 83, 89, 89, and 91. So everything in here is fine at the moment. Race Sim has just dipped, and that will cost 3.68 million to refurb. 3.7 million effectively. Team Hub is nice and shiny and new. Boardroom has dipped. Wow, I completely lost track of the boardroom there. Helipad and that as well, and the tour center. Wow. Okay. Yeah, I really wasn't paying attention to those, was I? Let's get that refurbed. Let's get that refurbed. We'll get both of those done in time for Imola. And upgrades 2.5 mil, which you don't really need yet. And 320k on a refurb. Luckily, the board's still quite happy, so we don't need to worry about that too much yet either. But we're down to just 195k now. So no research until after Imola, because we won't have any money until after Imola. Underfloors, we're now back to 3. So we've got 1 spare chassis, 1 spare front wing, 1 spare side pod, 1 spare underfloor, and 1 spare suspension, with a lot of new parts being built right now. There is another spare underfloor, so we should have 2 spare underfloors now. No, we only have 3. Okay. Right, let's see how the teams voted. We voted for cooling focus changes. No, we voted for airflow focus changes, and it's been voted down. And it was a close vote. It was a 6-5 vote against airflow. It's going to be cooling focused, so engine cooling and tyre wear. Maybe because we're good in tyre wear is why they voted that way. But we're really good in dirty air as well. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know. Maybe they think they've got a better chance of closing us down in the dirty air than they do in the tyre wear for next season. So, that vote has not gone the way I was hoping for, but it was a close vote. Staff survey results for April. Nobody's still nobody complaining about the car. A few people mumbling about their salaries. Oh, Ocon's now unhappy with his salary. You signed the contract, mate. You chose to join for just 2.6 million. What is my contract situation, actually? So, let's have a look. Max is still locked up for another 3 years, including this one. Lando, 2 more years. Mark is out of contract at the end of this season. And Javi's still got 2 years to go. Stofford's got loads of time left. Rio is only in for this season now. Everyone else is tied up for a few more years yet. What about our other staff? 2 years, and 8 months. So, what I will do is I will probably throw up a poll for those who want to continue this save when I'm done at the end of this season, and give you an option as to whether or not you want to keep Will Courtney. Actually, no, because otherwise it's going to end. It's not going to let me progress. So we might maybe replace Will Courtney and who else was it? Mark Slade. Well, Mark Slade's at 96 overall. He's a really, really good engineer. It'd be kind of silly to get rid of him, I think. We'll see. We'll have to sign somebody. So we'll take a look later in the season, closer to the midway point of the season. We'll maybe throw up a poll in that particular stream when we do look at contracts and maybe sign somebody else or re-sign them based on how the poll goes. We are 2 days away from Imola. Helipad is now refurbed. We've got new parts to put on the car. Let's do that now before I forget. Let's also check the weather. It's going to be a hot one in Imola, apparently. And let's see what the temperatures are going to be. Oh, a bit of rain on the Saturday. It's just a normal race weekend, no sprint, so that'll only potentially affect qualifying. But yeah, race day looks like it's going to be a hot one. So again, we're going to have to think about our tyre choices there. Hard tyres are probably going to be the way to go. Maybe a soft hard, maybe a medium hard, one stop. We'll see. Let's get those new parts on and see how much of an improvement we've made. So, the new front wing. Rear wing isn't available yet. Side pods are still Mark 2s. Underfloors are still Mark 2s. And we can now put one Mark 2 suspension on. I just want to see what it does. I'll probably take it off. Might make sense to put it on the car, actually, if the temperatures are going to go up this weekend. Although the difference is negligible, look. It's more about the downforce. I might keep that off the car But I want to see what these two upgrades have done to the car performance. So an extra 0.05 kilometers an hour. Tiny bit of extra acceleration. Negligible difference. A little bit of extra downforce. And yeah, it's a decent amount of extra downforce on the high speed. Dirty air tolerance goes up by almost 1%. Tire preservation goes up by 0.17. We took another kilo of weight off the car. It's not bad. It's not bad. According to this metric, that's a bit more detailed. You can see the difference it makes here. Those sliders, yes, they're second, but they also go down as well. They're not holding position like the DRS does. And it definitely makes a difference in the high speed. Goes from 19th to 14th. Medium speed goes from 16th to 15th, but with a small improvement. Speed improves as well from 20th to 16th. And even the low speed gets a nice little boost as well. So, not bad, not bad. Let's save that suspension though. Until we've got enough to put on both cars. And with that, we are pretty much done for tonight. So just a new front wing for tomorrow's Grand Prix. Last race of the week as we head to Imola. Another good result. We missed out on the win again. But we've won 2 of the 4 races so far. We've won both of the sprints. And we've had podiums in every race for both drivers. So while we haven't had a dominant start in terms of wins, we've had a dominant start in terms of points. We currently sit at 67 points ahead of Ford right now in the championship. Nearly double their points tally. HiTech are up to 3rd, then McLaren. A big gap then to everybody else. Honda, Audi and Ferrari all on 16 points each. And in the Drivers' Championship, it's still very comfortable. Again, consistency is what's keeping us clear of Oscar. He's 12 points behind Lando. He is... how many points behind? He is 28 points behind Max. So big gain, big gap there. Lindblad is looking okay. George not able to really follow up on his win in Vegas with a good result tonight, but still not too far out the equation. Antonelli's been a little bit of a disappointment because the Ferrari's been so bad, and I don't know what is going on at Honda, because on paper they've got a really good car, but Leclerc is not getting those parts. They're going to Sonoda, and he is struggling at the moment. So, yeah, bit of a strange one. Right, that is it then for tonight. If you have enjoyed tonight's race and you haven't already done so, then a big thumbs up is always appreciated. If you are not yet subscribed, why not consider hitting that subscribe button as well? Be sure to click on that bell for notifications, and if you can share the video with your friends and help reach a wider audience, that would be also very much appreciated. We'll be back at the usual time at 8 PM tomorrow for round 5 as we head to Imola. Until then, that's it from me. Thanks for watching. I am Jim Bob, and I'll be back with more F1 Manager very soon.